Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
SETI's results for 2018 proves our effectiveness as a development partner, placing people at the center of our work and leveraging partnerships and cooperation to transform policy imperatives into action. With an eye on the rapidly changing global context, SETI is innovating to constructively address the emerging challenges and opportunities for the region. As part of our competitiveness program, SETI is designing precise tools to assess assets and capabilities in the productive sector to determine paths towards higher value goods and services. As our flagship program for partnerships, the Americas Competitiveness Exchange on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, the OAS, will continue to leverage good practices and the power of networks to increase trade and investment in the region.
For us, the role of the OAS is very important, connecting countries, connecting governments and private sector, and letting us know what other countries are doing it and how we can replicate that in our countries to enhance development.
For me, who has come here to look at how can we develop our own ecosystem, our own innovation hubs, our own accelerators, I think seeing this, touching, feeling, seeing the transformation, seeing how quickly you've made it happen, is a testament to what is possible. So I believe all of us leave here stronger than ever.
The Working Group of Experts on Subnational Competitiveness, the GTEX, is our gateway program to promote local economic competitiveness policies alongside municipal and state-level governments, together with the private sector and academia.
Este tipo de reuniones te sirven para darte cuenta de todo lo que se está viviendo en América Latina sobre los temas de competitividad. Y hoy justamente en este sector estamos viendo sobre todo los temas de innovación tecnológica, pues que si hablamos de competitividad tenemos que hablar de tecnología. Y me está ayudando mucho para abrir el panorama de ver lo que están haciendo otras ciudades y lo que podemos llegar a aplicar también nosotros en México.
The hub on the transfer and commercialization of technology is strengthening national innovation ecosystems by training budding entrepreneurs to take promising products and services from idea to market.
Porque es importante que estemos juntos en esto, porque la región tiene que estar unida y me parece que hay mucho conocimiento en la región que todavía no está explotado comercialmente como podría ser, y esta es la mejor manera de hacerlo.
Tenemos la proyección de cada año generar y compartir nuevas experiencias entre aquellos que contribuyen a la innovación. Queremos cambiar el cómo lo hemos estado haciendo en Latinoamérica. Queremos generar la unión de los países, queremos colaborar.
Our virtual platform on technology foresight, Prospecta Americas, will support OAS member states in identifying and mapping future trends and technological development of critical importance for the Americas.
Este esfuerzo, el cual viene siendo apoyado por la Organización de los Estados Americanos, nos permitirá tener una gran información para poder mapear estas iniciativas de innovación y poder que ellas contribuyan al crecimiento económico, a la competitividad y al bienestar de nuestras naciones.
Como bien sabemos, nos encontramos ya en la cuarta revolución industrial, la que está cambiando rápidamente la forma en que se hace negocios, se produce, se consume y se genera bienestar y entretenimiento en el mundo. Es la mayor amenaza, tal vez la mejor oportunidad que tenemos en nuestras naciones.
The Inter-American Teacher Education Network, the I-10, is working to improve the quality of teachers with an emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. In 2019, the I-10 launched the first STEM Teacher Fellowship of the Americas. The Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas, ECPA, is working with governments in the Caribbean to advance electric mobility and clean transport as the sub-region pursues energy independence. Under our Integrated Water Resource Management Program, SETI is responding to the demand for platforms and applications that capture and disseminate real-time information. This includes the expansion of Costa Rica's Plataforma Interactiva de Aplicación del Clima Tropical to the rest of Central America to help build resilient agriculture. The Inter-American Committee on Ports is building human and institutional capacity through public-private partnerships to address port modernization, logistics, and security. CooperaNet, SETI's multi-stakeholder platform for cooperation and partnerships, is being relaunched in 2019, responding to member states' call for a more robust hub for cooperation. As more consumers begin or end their shopping process online, SETI has entered into a partnership with the private sector to digitize millions of micro, small, and medium enterprises across the region.
Las buenas noticias es que sabemos por qué están fracasando, porque no son visibles. Y el hecho de que ahora lo puedan ser, haciéndolo ellas mismas, no solamente rompemos las 3 barreras del tiempo, conocimiento y dinero, sino que les permitimos tener éxito y dejar de fracasar a los porcentajes que lo hacen ahora.
Es una herramienta que sin duda acerca a las MIPYMES hacia la demanda que hoy está migrando a Internet, y con eso pretendemos mejorar las ventas y el posicionamiento de las empresas pequeñas.
As we look to the future, the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development will continue to leverage cooperation and partnerships to expand our reach, proving that together we are much more than the sum of our 34 member states.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Perfecto, gracias. Muchas gracias. Te voy a poder hacer un refresh a ver si...
Sí, aprovecho ahorita.
Sí.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
De allí vino él, se trabajó creo con los de la OEA, y de allí vino el proyecto para acá, para Judá. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, lo dieron todo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí.
Voy a ahorita el release del micrófono y cuando la llamen, vuelvo a solicitar. Colombia.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children.
and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
Igualmente.
Lucía, buen día.
Buenos días. Buenos días, Carmen Lucía. Carlos.
Muy bien, igualmente.
Martín, muchas gracias.
Gracias. Señora Cortizo de Panamá, buenos días. Ahí.
Hola, una vez más yo, pero esta vez desde acá.
Bien.
¿Se escucha y se ve bien?
Sí, perfecto.
Perfecto, muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas.
Hola,
nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
Buenos días.
Buenos días, aquí estoy. Lo que pasa es que el botón demora muchísimo. No sé si me escuchas ahora. Ok, gracias. Entonces no está muy demorado el botón para... Bueno, entonces ya por lo menos gracias. Buenos días.
Gracias. Vamos a la cuenta de francés. Karim. Perfecto. Escucha muy bien. ¿Un sonido desde mi parte?
Probando de nuevo. Good morning. Testing again the English. Testing again the English. Fernando, can you hear me now?
La cabina de francés. Marcel. Muy bien, Marcelo. Algo así. En mi mesa. Ya no lo hago más. Gracias. Vamos a portugués.
Buenos días.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives.
Cabina de español. Rita, buenos días.
Se oye muy
bien. Muy bien. Segunda cabina de español. Claudio.
Buenos días.
Igualmente, Claudio, te escucha muy bien. Muchas gracias. Cabinas. Good morning, Frampton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you. Nice to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just checking in. Ambassador is going to join us shortly, so I just want to ensure that we register. Is the session supposed to start at 9:30 or 10 o'clock?
9:10.
Oh, okay. Good to see everyone.
Good to see you too.
Good to see you.
SETI's results for 2018 proves our effectiveness as a
Buenos
development
días.
partner, placing people at the center of our work and leveraging partnerships and cooperation to transform policy imperatives into action. With an eye on the rapidly changing global context, SETI is innovating to constructively address the emerging challenges and opportunities for the region. As part of our competitiveness program, SETI is designing precise tools to assess assets and capabilities in the productive sector to determine paths towards higher value goods and services. As our flagship program for partnerships, the Americas Competitiveness Exchange on Innovation and Entrepreneurship FACE will continue to leverage good practices and the power of networks to increase trade and investment in the region.
Si en el iPad tiene alguna otra aplicación abierta,
The role of the OAS is very important, connecting countries, connecting governments and private sector, and letting us know what other countries are doing it and how we can replicate that in our countries to enhance development.
For me, who has come here to look at how can we develop our own ecosystem, our own innovation hubs, our own accelerators, I think seeing this, touching, feeling, seeing the transformation, seeing how quickly you've made it happen.
Buenos días, embajador.
So I believe all of us
Buenos días, embajador. Feliz año.
The Working Group of Experts on Subnational Competitiveness, the GTEX, is our gateway program to promote local economic competitiveness policies alongside municipal and state-level governments, together with the private sector and academia.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Este tipo de reuniones sirven para darte cuenta de todo lo que se está viviendo en América Latina sobre los temas de competitividad. Y hoy justamente en este sector estamos viendo sobre todo los temas de innovación tecnológica. Si hablamos de competitividad tenemos que hablar de tecnología. Y me está ayudando mucho para ver el panorama de ver lo que están haciendo otras ciudades y lo que podemos llegar a aplicar para nosotros en México.
The hub on the transfer and commercialization of technology is strengthening national innovation ecosystems by training budding entrepreneurs to take promising products and services from idea to market.
Porque es importante
ahí, buen día.
estemos juntos en esto, porque la región tiene que estar unida y me parece que hay mucho conocimiento en la región que todavía no está explotado comercialmente como podría ser, y esta es la mejor manera de hacerlo.
Tenemos la proyección de cada año generar y compartir nuevas experiencias entre aquellos que contribuyen a la innovación. Queremos cambiar el cómo lo hemos estado haciendo en Latinoamérica. Queremos generar la unión de los países. Queremos colaborar.
Our virtual platform on technology foresight, Prospecta Americas, will support OAS member states in identifying and mapping future trends and technological development of critical importance for the Americas.
Este esfuerzo, el cual viene siendo apoyado por la Organización de los Estados Americanos, nos permitirá tener una gran información para poder mapear estas iniciativas de innovación y poder que ellas contribuyan al crecimiento económico, a la competitividad y al bienestar de nuestras naciones.
Como bien sabemos, nos encontramos ya en la cuarta revolución industrial, la que está cambiando rápidamente la forma en que se hace negocio, se produce, se consume y se genera bienestar y entretenimiento en el mundo. Es la mayor amenaza, tal vez la mejor oportunidad que tenemos en nuestras naciones.
The Inter-American Teacher Education Network, the I-10, is working to improve the quality of teachers with an emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. In 2019, the I-10 launched the first STEM Teacher Fellowship of the Americas. The Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas, ECPA, is working with governments in the Caribbean to advance electric mobility and clean transport as the sub-region pursues energy independence. Under our Integrated Water Resource Management Program, SETI is responding to the demand for platforms and applications that capture and disseminate real-time information. This includes the expansion of Costa Rica's Plataforma Interactiva de Aplicación del Clima Tropical to the rest of Central America to help build resilient agriculture. The Inter-American Committee on Ports is building human and institutional capacity through public-private partnerships to address port modernization, logistics, and security. CooperaNet, SETI's multi-stakeholder platform for cooperation and partnerships, is being relaunched in 2019, responding to member states' call for a more robust hub for cooperation. As more consumers begin or end their shopping process online, SETI has entered into a partnership with the private sector to digitize millions of micro, small, and medium enterprises across the region.
¿Qué tal? Buenos días. Solamente probando.
Las buenas noticias es que sabemos por qué están fracasando, porque no son visibles. Y el hecho de que ahora lo puedan ser, haciéndolo ellas mismas, no solamente rompemos las tres barreras del tiempo, conocimiento y dinero, sino que les permitimos tener éxito y dejar de fracasar a los porcentajes que lo hacen ahora.
Es una herramienta que sin duda acerca a las MIPYMES hacia la demanda que hoy está migrando a Internet, y con eso pretendemos mejorar las ventas y el posicionamiento de las empresas pequeñas.
As we look to the future, the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development will continue to leverage cooperation and partnerships to expand our reach, proving that together we are much more than the sum of our 34 member states.
Embajador Alvarado.
Embajador, no se le oye ni se le ve.
Ahí lo vemos.
¿Aló? ¿Hola?
Perfecto, embajadora, la escuchamos.
¿Pero me miran?
Sí, sí.
Buenos días, Presidenta. Bienvenida.
Ay, ¿cómo está? Después de tantas pruebas no puede ser que vamos ahora a ahogarnos en la orilla. Vea.
Embaixador Simas, bom dia.
Bom dia, presidente. Bom dia, secretário-geral.
Buenos días, embajador.
A la presidencia le dirijo un respetuoso.
Me and my kids have been there for over an year right now. And children are friends. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias. Le agradezco porque es más fácil. Gracias.
Buenos días, embajador.
Buenos días.
Sí.
No.
No.
Voy a hacer una prueba. Costa Rica presente en todo caso.
Nosotros estamos en una zona netamente selvática. La línea de adyacencia va desde el norte hasta el sur, va desde Modesto Méndez hasta Aguas Turbias, tanto en el norte como en el sur. Esta línea tiene 215 kilómetros de extensión.
Solamente probando audio y video. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Bienvenido.
Gracias.
Ahora sí, buenos días.
Muy buenos
Igualmente.
De allí vino él, se buscó creo con los de la OEA y de allí vino el proyecto para jugar. Y fue que lo dieron el terreno, y lo dieron todo lo que era mano de obra y el material para hacer las casas que están ahorita. Y por ese motivo estamos aquí viviendo todavía.
Estamos mejorando.
La misión continúa trabajando en la implementación de medidas de fomento de la confianza mientras aguarda el resultado del reclamo que está atendiendo la Corte Internacional de Justicia por la disputa marítima, territorial e insular. Nuestra oficina en la zona de adyacencia realiza verificaciones a solicitud de ambos gobiernos, facilita reuniones y patrullajes conjuntos entre las Fuerzas Armadas y promueve una cultura de paz y cooperación entre las comunidades locales.
Children will be children and they have harmony. They don't see each other as a different country, but they see each other that they're growing together.
I can hear you, but I can't see. Are you connected to Safari?
This is Safari.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
Embajador Alvarado.
Alvarado.
Hola, buenos días. Buenos días a todas y a todos. Estamos haciendo una prueba de estar debidamente conectados con voz e imagen.
Se escucha y se ve muy bien.
Gracias.
Bienvenida.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Embajador Alvarado, ¿se escucha?
Embajador Alvarado, si quiere le pedimos a un técnico que viene para que lo ayude.
Good morning, Ambassador.
No concern, petición.
¿Cómo vamos de quórum?
Ya casi, presidenta.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos.
Muy bien.
Los países
Hola, Luis. Buenos días.
se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, iniquidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos, no podemos ser neutrales.
Martínez, buenos días.
Buenos días, ¿cómo están todos? Buena jornada por apoyar los pueblos.
Muchas gracias.
Bienvenido. Cuando usted indique, podemos hacerla. Gracias, don Raúl. Bienvenido.
Ya tenemos quórum.
Con su permiso, presidenta, vamos a pasar a leer la lista de las delegaciones que tenemos ya conectado, habiendo
Given that
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters,
read in Spanish.
Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana, México, Nicaragua, Panamá, Paraguay, República Dominicana, Santa Lucía, Uruguay y Venezuela. Y confirmo que tenemos quórum, Presidenta. Gracias.
Okay. Muy buenos días.
Very well. Good morning, distinguished representatives, permanent observers, delegates, civil servants of the missions, permanent observer states, and the General Secretariat, Assistant Secretary General and the Secretary General. Now that we have our statutory quorum verified, I'm very honored to call to order this regular meeting of the Permanent Council, the very first one of this year, 2021. That's why I'd like to warmly wish all of you and your families a very happy and prosperous new year with good health, work, well-being for everybody. That said, inasmuch as this is the very first meeting under the chairmanship of Panama, as I said a few minutes ago, when I took on this very responsible post, I would like to reiterate our historical commitment that my country has always had to move towards dialogue, conciliation, and also warm up our traditional closeness with all countries represented here. As the permanent representative of Panama, I would like to once again express my commitment and responsibility as president or chair of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States. I will do my level best, objectively and with all independence, to favor and facilitate consultations that will allow us to strike agreements, consensuses within the framework of our standards and procedures that guide the Permanent Council of the organization. I would like to avail myself of this opportunity to encourage respectfully all delegations to implement the recommendations included in the proposed modus operandi for the Permanent Council during this special session in the face of the pandemic. These were made at the correct time under Haiti and Honduras. Amongst the recommendations, I would like to underscore number 6 and 8 in particular, that encourage delegations to limit their interventions and comments to a maximum of 7 minutes. And would like to inform you that if a permanent council goes beyond the scheduled time, the meeting will continue without interpretation in all due respect. As of now, then, I would like to call on all delegations to express your commitment that we all have and move ahead with what we have before us in the Permanent Council. Dear colleagues, before we actually consider the items that we have on our agenda today, I should like first to express our heartfelt condolences to the delegation of Colombia and to the government and the people of this member state for the heartfelt death or passing of Minister of Defense, Carlos Olmes Trujillo. We'd like to express and convey our words to their family. He was a recognized politician, a diplomat, and academician from Colombia, as well as the mayor of the city of Cali, a minister with presidential functions, Minister of National Education, Minister of the Interior, and High Commissioner for Peace, a member of the Constituent National Assembly, in 1991, Ambassador of Japan, Austria, Belgium, and Russia, as well as permanent representative of the OAS. He was a really great friend in the Permanent Council, and we would like to honor him and hold him dear in our memory forever. Now that we've had our minute of silence, on the other hand, I would like to congratulate the people and government of Haiti as they celebrated their National Day on the 1st of January, as well as extend our congratulations and deep-seated wishes for success to the United States with the new government and the new administration headed up by President Joe Biden, alongside Vice President Kamala Harris, the first woman, the first Afro-descendant United States citizen, and of Indian background, a daughter of immigrants, a Jamaican father and an Indian mother, who now holds the second most important post in the administration of this country. On another line, I would also like to inform you that I've instructed the Secretariat that on behalf of the Permanent Council to offer a commemorative gavel to our colleague, Ambassador Audrey Marsh, the Permanent Representative of Jamaica, who chaired and spearheaded all of our work in the Council during the fourth quarter of the previous year. She continues this challenging work as we move ahead to improve things in the region and as we deal with all of the challenges that confront this organization. I would like to thank her for the dedication in the Permanent Council. Dear colleagues, I'd like to put before you Article 43 of the bylaws, which I put before you for your consideration on the agenda in document CP/OD2311/21. As there are no comments at this time, approved. Item number 2, implementation of resolution CP/Res 1149/20, 2278/20, representation and participation of women in the OAS. The next item on the agenda refers to the implementation of resolution CP/Res 1149, representation and participation of women in the OAS, in keeping with the request made by the Executive Secretariat of the Inter-American Commission of Women, SIM, contained in note CP/INF 8840/21. Before we actually move on with the presentations, I would also like to remind our kind, distinguished guests of the recommendation 4, as we have it in the modus operandi on the agenda. I'd like to give the floor to first Mayra Jimenez, President of the Inter-American Commission of Women, Minister of Women of the Dominican Republic. Madam Jimenez, welcome. You have the floor. Request for the floor. Floor is open. Well, given that this is the very beginning of the year, let's have a little bit of patience as we wait for the chair of the SIM.
Ya está.
Perdone, Presidenta, no se le escucha lo que
Sí.
dice.
No, quería verificar.
I just wanted to verify if we have a connection or there can be a refresh, perhaps. Are we connected? Yes, indeed. You have the floor. You have the floor, madam. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Maria Roquebert. Distinguished representatives, permanent representative of the Organization of American States. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I'm very honored to address all of you. As president, or chair, I should say, of the Inter-American Commission of Women, the SIM of the OAS, as we refer to our commitments on parity and to motivate everyone to avail ourselves of this opportunity, particularly member states, as we use the mechanisms to make this a reality. Above all, because this is a year where authorities are coming back to life on the Inter-American Juridical Committee, the Justice Center of the Americas, Administrative Tribunal, and the External Board of Auditors, judges, men and women alike of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, as regards the election to be held during the next General Assembly session. In this regard, member states will offer their nominations, and only when women are nominated can we actually reach parity. Once again, I say, only if women are nominated can we actually reach parity, which we states are committed to. On behalf of the Inter-American Commission of Women, I would like to convey to you a respectful reminder as to the commitment on parity adopted by the General Assembly of the OAS last year. The specific agreements for the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, as well as adoption of equality policies and gender equity that seek to move towards parity in all organizations and bodies of the Inter-American system. We here include the important resolution of the Council in March last year on representation and participation of women in the OAS, which we hope will successfully reach parity in this important organization. In addition to that, I should like to offer a respectful request as regards the importance of democracy and the promotion of women's representation, the arena of which in the OAS has taken on important leadership, and the realization of which requires everybody's involvement, all states' involvement. Data on the participation of women in some of the organs that are going to pick up and run again in their work, and given their structures, we have to look at the enormous gap in representation. In the Inter-American Human Rights Court, 39 judges that make up this organization since 1979 only include 5 women. Given the current composition, only 1 woman is part of the court, the tribunal. As far as concerns the Inter-American Juridical Committee, of the 11 members that make up this body, currently only 2 are women. The board of the Justice Studies Center of the Americas has 21 men and only 8 women. Broadening these standards for parity on the international scale to the local level has crafted a horizon for parity throughout the entire region. The expectations have been renewed to realize equality. When we use and have parity, an increase in women, that is a fact, and this will make institutional change a reality. We now have an opportunity in hand to move ahead decisively towards parity as we take decisions in the Inter-American system. For that, it's imperative that we efficiently adopt standards for member states, as we've done since 1999, and boost our efforts. It's high time to offer full effectiveness and make good on this intention. Which we have formally asked for in a letter to the Secretary General, I should say the Assistant Secretary General, and we will also send a copy out to all of you. Given that today, we have powerful women who are with us today from very different institutional organizations and civil society as well, who can underscore and shed light on the situation and women's participation. They will have a significant impact as we move towards having more women in decision-making positions. This will give us an opportunity to have more contributions by women. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. for reminding us, not only on a personal level, but also the political priority of this organization, which is gender equality. Moving on, I would like to welcome once again to this permanent secretary, Vivia Skečević, representative of the Center for Justice. Welcome. Mrs. Kristesevic, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, Secretary General. And good morning to everyone. On behalf of the G-Equal campaign for parity of gender and international representation, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here at this session. The OAS has a long time, long history of commitment to equality of women that is reflected in the Inter-American Commission of Women, and well as pioneering treaties against violence and discrimination against women. In point of fact, equality of rights and all principles will guarantee equality for women in different institutions. As part of the campaign, we have current information of about 600 posts on the court and monitoring bodies on the international level. And some of the research of G-Equal campaign worldwide in the Americas and in this region have shown us that we have to guarantee this right for equality, especially internationally. For example, the ALC has 99 posts, of which 31 have been reserved for women. In other words, 32% of women in Latin America, without counting the Caribbean, with an average of 29%, which is a little bit strange as we take a look at participation of women in other arenas on the local level. Given this information, we realize that parity is a very valuable quality that we have in these opportunities in these international fora. The composition of the Inter-American Court is an example of the lack of women in justice internationally. And in a region with women jurists of high quality, court has had a composition almost exclusively masculine for its entire history. And once again, we would like to underscore and alert you that we are looking at a critical situation as regards the IACHR, as we are losing the only woman member of the organization. From our standpoint, we have repeated this, and parity is a corollary, and it's a right for equality that strengthens legitimacy as institutions as well as quality for justice. This is an objective that we have to look at. The first topic that we have to look at and that we'd like to bring to the attention of SIM has to do with the following three things. Each government can consider parity, can look at its own record as a key towards equality, and here focus can be put on parity. This appeal is done for using all tools to promote an equal or an equal system. Secondly, the OAS can continue to sharpen its resolutions, perfect its resolutions on this topic, shoring up its messages, promoting debates and discussions, and promoting other national processes that will promote equality. For example, they can propose parity goals locally. And also, in this regard, we can also do a lot of work when it comes to voting in the various conventions so that we can have parity as we include membership in these bodies. And we have to be open to all of this and continue the dialogue. And of course, we are more than open-hearted to contribute with experts, both men and women, as we discuss these measures and as they feed into the objectives that we have all crafted in the Council and the United Nations, as well as the High Commissioner and other international arenas. Thank you very much for your indulgence. Thank you very much for your very important contribution for right and international civil and rights. Let me just tell you that the note was included for all member states thus far, and now we should like to give the floor and warmly welcome to the Permanent Council, President of the Commission for Gender Equality from the Dominican Republic. Happy to see you. You have the floor.
Ahora sí puede solicitar la palabra, presionar una vez el botón.
Hello. Good morning. Well, I'm very proud to have been invited to speak here. I thank the President of the Permanent Council and distinguished members of the Permanent Council as well, and I thank Mayra Jimenez as well, the President of SIM, Chair of SIM. I'm pleased to see that new authorities of these organizations, as well as Inter-American Human Rights Court judges will be elected. We see this as key, and we are committed to the defense of the human rights of girls and women, and for us to know that these elections will be guided by the principle of parity. This is a fundamental move forward in the historic fight of parity and equality between men and women in Mexico. We have achieved parity in political and electoral rights. It's equality. It's not a quota anymore, and that has been one of the biggest advances in the feminist struggle. We are used to fighting against the chauvinistic adversities. We don't stand down. We never walk away from the negotiating table until we get an agreement and fine-tune the wording to come up with the essential tools. Now, when we hear these misogynistic expressions of women aren't ready, you're not capable, there aren't capable women, we say, yes, there are capable women, you just don't see us. We aren't born senators and leaders and so forth. We become leaders. And so we all want this, and we want it now. That's why parity is so important, and it should be reflected in the actions and decisions taken by these bodies. And the court will enhance its capacities to place the interests and decisions of girls and women front and center. The design of these actions is for us to judge from the gender equality perspective. It's important that we see matters through this prism. This isn't something that will only benefit women, but will be key, not only, again, for that body, those bodies, but for the whole region, starting at the General Assembly. And so women are committed to the progress of human rights of girls and women. Always, but especially now, at a time in which the current reality in the region and the world means that inequalities, overcoming inequalities, is key for us to not leave anyone behind or anyone out. I insist that in this proceeding, the important thing isn't just the process, but the result of parity. We have to adjust our results until we achieve the much desired parity. It's our right. Legislative progress has been achieved in Mexico, and that was guided by a very strong outcry by women. Parity for all, parity now. Thank you very much. I thank you, Senator, for your very powerful ideas. We thank you for your participation. And our fourth and last speaker, and I welcome to the Permanent Council Judge Elizabeth Olio Benito, President of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Welcome, Madam Judge. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam President, Ambassador Maria Carmen, chairing over this very important Permanent Council, though, yes, a very warm greeting to the Secretary General, the Assistant Secretary General, all the ambassadors, members, observers of this council. I'm going to strike some of the comments I was going to make because those who spoke before me already said exactly why we are here and what we are asking for. I'm going to focus only on the responsibility of the Permanent Council and that of the OASG General Assembly and that of each one of our governments with the upcoming nomination and election process for judges, men and women, to the Inter-American Human Rights Court. This is a very special historic moment, and that's why this call is urgent for us to avail ourselves of this historic juncture, for us to start. We're just starting, repairing historic inequality. That means that women are treated as second-class citizens and that our human rights aren't viewed as being the same as that of men. Why? Because we are discriminated against, because we are subordinate, because we are not seen, we're not taken into account, because they say that we aren't well enough prepared. That is offensive. That is an atrocious discrimination that the Inter-American Court, in upholding human rights in our region, and what we see here is that it set a bad example. In 40 years, only 5 women, 2 presidents of the court, female presidents of the court, and that is shameful. It's a shared shame, but it's a shame we all have, and we all have to contribute to eliminating that. And so we make a very energetic call. My voice this morning is that of a representative of 12 women who have undersigned a document that we put in the hands of the Assistant or the Secretary General, and this is a responsibility. The Permanent Council, the General Assembly of the UN bodies and of the world are committed to this. This document gathers the call, reflects the call that all of us in this continent, and because there are many men who have joined in this effort for this call for the next General Assembly election, not only that the women be nominated, but that they be elected. It's the way we can start eliminating the discrimination that keeps women from being able to fully enjoy with dignity and equality our rights, the principle of inclusion and equality, of representativity, which sets forth or is set forth and is framed by the objectives. And I'm certain that this is something that the General Assembly will take up in the next session. And so I thank Secretary General, who has supported us in this struggle and will continue to support us just as the Assistant Secretary General has done. I thank you all very much and have a good morning. I thank you, Madam Judge, not just for your words, but the example of fight, of a struggle for women's rights. I give the floor now, open the floor to delegates, and I would urge you to be brief so that we can make the best use of our time. Costa Rica has the floor. Good morning, Madam Chair. We wish for you the best of success in your new role, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General. It's my honor to speak on behalf of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Panama, the Dominican Republic, and Nicaragua, members of the Central American Integration System, SICA, and we thank the chair of the Permanent Council for placing this item on today's order of business. Last March's resolution on the participation of women in the OAS, Costa Rica and other countries have achieved 3 other delegations to co-sponsor this, and we recognize the president of SIM for the technical guidance offered to us at that point, and to also have that this item placed on today's agenda. I thank Minister Mayra Jimenez, Minister of Women's Affairs of the Dominican Republic, also President of the Commission for Gender Equality from Mexico, as well as Viviana Krstichev for her words. We can't just pay lip service to this, because women's rights call for concrete actions, not just speeches and so forth, not because that isn't important, but it's not enough. The OAS needs to show its awareness and willingness to move toward greater representation and participation by women in the most important elections and positions of representation of this organization. We also thank Madam President of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, Madam Judge Lisbeth Olio Benito, and among other initiatives, we called for the inclusion in the human rights document in which member states are urged for in the nomination election process of judges, male and female judges, would be done such that there would be parity in the court. It's unacceptable, as has been said here, unbelievable that since 1979, when the court started, only a few women have held that position. Representative democracy is not legitimate without the participation of women. Institutionally, concrete steps need to be taken that shed light or show true political commitment, setting an example, and this needs to be done with conviction and clarity. We're not just talking about percentages and quotas when talking about parity. That's a mistake. Parity is for the whole population to be heard, that men and women be treated without violence, full enjoyment of the rights. Our organization sets the tone. It should not be allowed here at the OAS for there to be a single press conference discussion panel without the participation of women. We are certain, both men and women, that with the commitment and the will of this organization, men and women can achieve the much desired parity in leadership positions and in decision-making bodies in this organization. Thank you very much. I thank the Ambassador of Costa Rica for your words on behalf of SICA. I give the floor now to Mexico. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and best of success to you in your position. A warm welcome to everyone and the panelists, especially Senator Marta Lucia Meacher, Chair of the Committee for Gender Equality of the Senate of the Republic. It's a privilege to hear your voice here at the Permanent Council, Madam Senator. Mexico would like to thank the Executive Secretariat of the Inter-American Commission of Women for including this topic, and we fondly greet the illustrious women who offered their words, their presentations. Now, the resolution, representation and participation of women in the OAS, which condemns different types of violence and discrimination, which keeps women from fully participating in political fora, and the resolution also calls for the General Secretariat to increase the participation and representation of women in all decision-making positions within the organization, and also to continue working toward substantive equality and parity of women in the organization, to continue seeking that out. Mexico has a feminist policy, which is a host of principles that seek to ensure that government measures be taken to eliminate structural barriers, to ensure gender equality, to have a more prosperous and inclusive participation. Now, for Mexico, promoting this resolution shows our members' will to work toward greater participation of women at the OAS and the repercussions that this might have throughout our region. We are willing the content of this organization, that is, this organization is still far from achieving this parity and should set the example. And we exhort all actors to achieve in 2021 substantive changes. The documents aren't enough. Speeches aren't enough. It's urgent for us to change women's lives with concrete changes here at the OAS and everywhere, more than ever, taking into consideration the huge inequalities that exist and the challenges that the pandemic poses for the region. We insist that it's necessary for us to stop pretending and blaming bureaucracy and red tape for this inaction. We need to have substantive equality and parity, recognizing the value and the talent of women's work on a daily basis. We want women on the first line, the front line of decision making in the inter-American system. We need to forge the future we want that's inclusive and sustainable. Women have a lot of knowledge and experience to contribute and should be allowed to do so. We will continue to move forward with a firm step. That's what we will do, because women are one half of the population, and their substantive inclusion with parity in all walks of life, democracy, is not possible. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank you, Ambassador Baños. I see the U.S. delegate. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing the United States. I'm going to first congratulate you on assuming the presidency of the Council, and to assure you of the United States delegation's full support for you as chair of the Permanent Council. The United States thanks the panel for its presentation and for bringing this important issue before the OAS Permanent Council. As was mentioned earlier, the United States just elected the first female vice president of the United States, and President Biden has nominated a record number of women to serve in high-level positions in his administration. Moving forward, the United States will continue to support the implementation of this resolution and press the importance of gender equality in the OAS, and we look forward to working with other member states to continue advancing the rights of women in our societies. Thank you very much.
I thank the U.S. delegate. Paraguay is recognized. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I commend you, congratulate you for taking the reins of the Permanent Council. And we offer our online support to you, any online support that we can offer you. I would like to underscore the the speakers we've heard and their capacity, and that they've shown in a few moments with their words, they have made that more than clear. And it's their capability that I want to underscore with that comment. Now, I would also mention that Paraguay, in line with our resolution on positions at the OAS, has submitted the candidacy of a woman to be one of the judges on the Inter-American Human Rights Court. I'm not going to use this space to do any type of electoral propaganda or plug her, but this candidacy of a woman, female judge, given her work in the field as a judge and having been a member of the High Court, the Supreme Court of Justice in our country, attests to her capability. Other countries will also be submitting candidacies, and I would prevail upon them to also submit, to nominate women to the Inter-American Human Rights Court. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ambassador. The Canadian delegation is recognized.
I also congratulating you on your election to this, or taking on this important position, and greet colleagues this morning, and also pass on my delegation's condolences as well to the Mission of Colombia on the passing of His Excellency Carlos Holmes Trujillo. Thank you also for organizing such an important panel and discussion this morning. First, thanks very much to those who presented today, all of the speakers for sharing interesting and very important views. We were one of the co-sponsors of the resolution, Women's Representation and Participation in the OAS, and remain committed to ensuring implementation of this resolution, of which today's presentation is an excellent example. Tackling gender equality, as many of the speakers noted, is an enormous challenge, one that's only going to be met with strong commitment and concrete action from all sectors in society. Our governments, all of our governments, have a duty to ensure that the laws and institutional frameworks that support women's equality and address all related gaps. The private sector also has a role. The private sector must foster a business environment that addresses implicit bias, unsafe working conditions, and ensures equal pay and increased participation of women in decision-making. And the international community, civil society, and academia must draw attention to the barriers to gender equality and support efforts to eliminate them. The OAS also has a role. The OAS should serve as a model for our region in ensuring the equal representation and participation of women throughout its various ranks, structures, and bodies. We encourage the Secretariat, and I see the Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General here with us this morning, so I speak to both of you as well, to continue its efforts and your efforts to fully implement the organization's gender policy, which seeks to institutionalize gender equality and non-discrimination. Nous encourageons également le Secrétariat à intégrer la formation et le renforcement des capacités
to promote a favorable environment for the participation of women in decision-making positions at the OAS. This is very important. And on this occasion, we address the Secretary to say that the plan of action needs to address the situation of representation of women and so we will ask for all of the efforts to be put forward to establish and to pass this resolution in Canada. We've undertaken the work to act in the efforts that we make to promote the representation and participation of the women in OAS and all of its institutions of the Inter-American system and throughout the hemisphere. And to that effect, we support the work necessary to ensure that women of the Caribbean and Latin America, that their participation in political bodies be promoted, ensuring that the rights of girls and women be upheld to enhance the coordination between the different bodies of the OAS, ICHR, OAS in all of the bodies of our hemisphere. Thank you. Canada, I give the floor to Argentina. Thank you, Madam Chair. We congratulate you for chairing the Permanent Council. The best of success to you, and we offer all of our collaboration. And so whatever you need, count on us. On the topic at hand, my delegation would like to express thanks for the very important presentations we've heard. And so we would like to take this occasion to reiterate our country's support to achieve policy of greater representation and participation in the bodies of the OAS. That we have to first recognize the challenges and obstacles that women face in rising to political and leadership and decision-making positions in each one of the organs and bodies of the OAS. Only with equal participation in decision-making and leadership roles can there be a comprehensive and strategic intervention to overcome the structural difficulties and barriers. Now, we launched in Argentina a board for parity that is a joint effort by the Ministry of the Interior and the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity, in which there are representatives of more than 30 different political parties at the national level for us to work on gender parity policies and against violence, gender violence, and we seek to ensure equal participation in political posts of representation. And our parity law seeks to bring about a profound cultural change for more equal participation by women. I should underscore achievements in matters of parity. Parity laws were passed in 7 provinces. Only 3 provinces don't yet have such laws ensuring parity and political participation of women. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank you. Madam Delegate from Argentina, Ecuador has the floor. A warm greeting, and I wish for you the best of success in your work. My delegation would like to express thanks for the presentations we've heard from the distinguished speakers. We co-sponsored this resolution of the General Assembly on this topic because we believe on the importance of women's parity and equal participation. There are still issues of discrimination, problems of discrimination. In regional international multilateral fora. And so efforts need to be undertaken continuously to ensure that that can be overcome, to ensure participation, including the International Court of Justice. The vice presidency of our country is held by a woman, and a number of ministries, 7 of our ministries are headed by women. The General Office of the General Prosecutor General, the National Customs Service, Judicial Branch Board, all presided over by women. Women's participation has risen to 26%, and there are 23 cities in which there are ordinances on parity. We continue to fight against harassment against women in the workplace. Now, within the Inter-American system, our national government, the president of the judges, board of judges, was elected to hold that position last year, February 7th. We held the first round of general elections. Isabel Semaló, a foreign minister that was foreign minister in Panama, she and others have set an example of the effort that we've undertaken to achieve greater levels of parity in holding such high-level positions. Now, as far as the promotion of the human rights of women, parity, gender equality, member states are called upon to continue to undertake the necessary measures to progressively achieve full equality and parity, to put an end to this vicious circle.
Jorge Ativá, la delegación de Trinidad y Tobago tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Trinidad and Tobago has the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and please permit me to begin by extending and reiterating again congratulations to you on behalf of the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago on your assumption of the chairmanship of the Permanent Council, and to assure you of the support of myself and our delegation during your tenure. Madam Chair, it's really appropriate and fitting that we should be considering this item this morning under your chairmanship. So therefore, our delegation wishes to thank you for the inclusion of this item on the agenda. And we also appreciate the request made by the SIM to the chair for its inclusion. We therefore wish to also acknowledge the compelling presentations delivered this morning to the Permanent Council, of course, first by the Honorable Minister of Women's Affairs of the Dominican Republic, Her Excellency Mayra Jimenez, and the President of the SIM, and of course the other distinguished speakers who delivered presentations this morning. Chair, Trinidad and Tobago acknowledges the importance of this resolution, and we look forward to and urge the full implementation of the provisions called for in the resolution. We would also welcome, going forward, that in implementing the resolution, the principles of equity, equality, transparency, and regional representation be duly considered. I must, before I close, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, remind that Trinidad and Tobago now has its first ever woman serving as our head of state or president. And so for some time, this has been a matter of high importance on the public policy agenda of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And we wish to therefore reassure for commitment to collaborating with colleague delegations for the full implementation of this resolution. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Philip Spencer. The delegation of Barbados has the floor. Barbados.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to all member delegations. And first and foremost, from the delegation of Barbados, Madam Chair, congratulations on your assumption in the chair. We wish you, of course, much success in your time in the chair. And Barbados pledges its full support to your delegation and to continue support of the Secretariat in all of the work. We also want to offer our condolences to the government and people of Colombia on the passing of His Excellency Trujillo. The delegation of Barbados gives its condolences to that delegation. The delegation of Barbados, Madam Chair, this morning thanks the panel for their presentations and supports all that has been said. Barbados will support this resolution that seeks to ensure the continued expansion and participation of women's representation and participation in the organs of the OAS. Barbados has a long history of promoting women to positions of authority. Our country has a high standard for gender equity, having elected the first female prime minister in 2018. Our Governor General of Barbados, the head of state of our country, the Queen's representative in Barbados, is also a woman. And Barbados has this enviable record of having more women on the bench, the judicial bench, than men in our country. We will continue to support any resolution and any action that seeks to ensure the continued and expanded representation and participation of women in this hemisphere. We are optimistic, however, that we will one day see, in very short measure, a woman, a female, sitting as either the Secretary General or Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, something that Barbados has continued to ask for in its representation within this august body. We thank you, Madam Chair, and you can continue to look towards the support of the delegation of Barbados in the chair. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lynch. I'd like to give the floor to the delegation of Spain, permanent observer. Good morning. From Spain, we would first off like to congratulate you for putting this item on the agenda that calls for parity and for putting this item on the agenda of the OAS this morning. We would also like to say, by and large, that we're happy we're having this discussion, more parity, more women, always for better democracy. We have strong commitments to promote women in diplomacy, in as much as we have recently approved in 2020, 2024, some new measures. And I would like to congratulate and commend all of the work that SIM is doing. And also let me congratulate the chair of the Permanent Council, in as much as this is my first set of comments. We're in your hands. Also, let me congratulate Argentina for the new law with regards to sexual reproductive rights, and each and every member state for the progress you've made when it comes to women. As we've heard over the course of the points and presentations we've heard today, you have Spain's full-fledged support for all of these issues that have to do with rights for women. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From Spain. France has the floor. Good morning, Madam Chairman, Assistant Secretary General, Secretary General. I'd like to congratulate you, Madam Chairman, for your new post as Chair of the Permanent Council, and I wish you the best of success. You have our full-fledged support. Also, I should like to express my deepest condolences for the passing of our friend Carlos Ernesto Trujillo. France supports all of the commitment and the work that SIM does, as well as all of the initiatives to shore up the role and women's leadership in the hemisphere. France also would like to commend you and commend the commitment that we've heard about today in the OAS. We will continue to work with the OAS and with SIM as well on this very important issue of women's legal position and economic and political power in the hands of women. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Italy has the floor. Good morning, everyone.
Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General, colleagues, distinguished guests. I also would like to express our condolences for the passing of Minister Trujillo of Colombia. And on the topic at hand today, I would like to also join my European colleagues in expressing Italy's deep commitment to the intensification of our cooperation in the leadership of women throughout the world. Nationally, this is a very important priority for Italy, but it is also a foreign policy priority in our bilateral and in our multilateral initiatives. Because one thing we always say, and which we believe is absolutely the case, without equality, we are also mining the basis of peace, stability, and development at the global level. So it is fundamental. Finally, I'm happy to announce that concrete cooperation between Italy and the OAS, as we have just a few weeks ago approved a new contribution for the la CIM, la Comisión Interamericana de las Mujeres, specifically in the program of the Inter-American Program to Strengthen Democracy and Women's Leadership. So we look forward to working specifically in this area. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to the delegation of Italy. Secretary General Salmagro has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And congratulations to you for taking on these very important responsibilities and all of the work that you do on this issue and others. Parity is the initiative to justify everything in the OAS, and SIM promotes its work throughout the region with all the states, as well as other involved institutions. The OAS and SIM moves towards parity, and this is a measure of justice of great dimension. Parity and equality, and women have to be in decision-making positions as well as other areas. Gender equality without discrimination underscores gender parity, including rights of women, and parity is a real commitment and immediately has to move towards equality. In the OAS, we have to take measures, and we will continue to take the necessary measures so that we can uphold the standards that we have taken on in terms of parity. For parity, we have to have a repositioning of power, and this involves everyone involved. The will of the Secretary General will have to go along hand in hand with action of everyone. We do this in the face of SIM as we move towards parity, and we will take this up in the next General Assembly, and states have to nominate women. last year, the resolution was approved by acclamation so that the organization could take measures to reach parity and establish the necessary responsibility of member states so that we have the necessary conditions to have women in organs and bodies in the OAS. Now, as far as we are concerned, we've worked with all institutions, the Secretary General, including on many other topics as regards equality. We have done this in the competition and with regards to human rights as well. So in this regard, we can assure you that we would like to have all states work in this regard. And thanks to Panama for chairing this meeting and for putting this item and looking at the principles that undergird this issue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary General. We'd like to thank all delegates for all of the efforts that have been made that will allow us to continue making progress on this agenda. As we don't have any further comments then, we'd like to thank you for all of the comments made and for all of the presentations that we've heard this morning. As there are no objections then, it is so agreed. Let's move on then to the next item on the agenda, item number 3, having to do with developments related to the conflict between Guyana and Venezuela. This is in CP/INF.8838/21. The next item refers to the developments related to the conflict between Guyana and Venezuela, which was included on the agenda at the request of the Permanent Mission of Guyana through note CP/INF.8838/21. In this regard, then, I would like to offer the floor to Ambassador Riyad Insanali, Permanent Representative of Guyana. The Ambassador of Guyana, Ambassador Insanali has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Your assumption of the chairmanship of the Permanent Council. My delegation has no doubt that your diplomatic skills, past experience, high intellect, and considerable charm will prove more than adequate in guiding us through the next 3 months. You may count on our fullest cooperation and support. My delegation wishes to record its appreciation for the opportunity it has been given to inform this Permanent Council of developments relating to the Guyana-Venezuela controversy that are of deep concern to Guyana. We are similarly grateful that the address to the nation on January 9, 2021, by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, has been circulated for the information of member states. As member states are aware, there is a long-standing controversy between Guyana and Venezuela, arising from Venezuela's contention in 1962 in the context of Guyana's impending independence, that the arbitral award of 1899 settling the frontier between then British Guyana and Venezuela is null and void. Over the years, successive governments and the people of Guyana have been united in looking to international justice for the upholding of our territorial integrity and for a resolution of the controversy within the bounds of international law. The International Court of Justice, the ICJ, is now being used as the means of settlement, having been chosen by the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, who under the 1966 Geneva Agreement determined that significant progress was not being made towards arriving at a solution to the decades-long controversy, including under the framework of the good offices process of the Secretary General. Against this background, on March 29, 2018, Guyana filed an application instituting proceedings against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela at the ICJ. On December 18, 2020, the ICJ ruled that it had jurisdiction to hear the case relative to the validity of the arbitral award. Consequently, the ICJ will proceed to hear the merits of the case, and we are confident that the validity and legally binding character of the 1899 arbitral award will be upheld unequivocally by the ICJ. My government is deeply disturbed, however, that on January 7, 2021, the President of Venezuela, Mr. Nicolas Maduro, issued a decree purporting to establish a new maritime territory of Venezuela called, I quote, the Territory for the Development of the Atlantic Facade, end of quote. And claiming for Venezuela, I quote again, sovereignty and exclusive sovereign rights in the waters and seabed adjacent to Guyana's coast west of the Essequibo River, end of quote. Mr. Maduro also, most regrettably, announced that he had dispatched a letter on the same date to the United Nations Secretary General, rejecting the jurisdiction of the ICJ to rule upon the validity of the 1899 arbitral award. I take this opportunity, Madam Chair, on behalf of my government, to reiterate the following facts and reaffirm Guyana's position on these developments, which not only pose a threat to our peace and security, but the peace and security of our entire region. In accordance with international law and the assertion of its sovereignty and territorial integrity, Guyana rejects entirely the decree issued by Mr. Maduro, as he explained it on live television on January the 7th. As per the 1899 arbitral award, and as recognized by the international community, Guyana exercises full sovereignty over the land west of the Essequibo River, as far as Punta Playa, the northwestern tip of Guyana, and consequently the adjoining maritime area. We therefore make the following two observations. The first is that no state can unilaterally determine its international boundaries, whether they are land or maritime boundaries. The fixing of an international boundary under international law can only result from an agreement between neighboring states or a binding determination by an international court or arbitral award. The second observation relates to the principle that the land dominates the sea, which means that sovereignty and sovereign rights over the adjacent sea and seabed can only derive from title to and ownership of the adjacent coast. As President Ali pointed out in a statement of January the 9th, which has been distributed to delegations, only Guyana can therefore enjoy sovereignty and exclusive sovereign rights over its adjacent sea and seabed. Mr. Maduro's decree is patently absurd and a decidedly unneighborly and hostile act. This effort by Venezuela to attempt unilaterally to withdraw its borders and annex Guyana's land and maritime areas is a legal nullity and an act of aggression, which should not and cannot be tolerated by any other state in the world. But there is worse, Madam Chair. On Thursday, January the 21st, 2021, two Guyanese registered fishing vessels, the Lady Nayera and the Seawolf, operating off the coast of Winey Point within Guyana's exclusive economic zone, were intercepted by the Venezuelan naval vessel Comandante Hugo Chavez GC-24. The Guyanese civilian captains were instructed to chart a course to Port Guiria in Venezuela, where the boats and crews have been detained and to date have not been released. The Venezuelan vessel was illegally maneuvering within Guyana's EEZ and contiguous zone when it intercepted, boarded, and commandeered the Guyanese fishing vessels. Guyana has registered to the government of Venezuela its protest in the strongest possible terms at these unlawful and aggressive actions by the government of Venezuela against the state and people of Guyana, and has insisted upon the immediate release and return of the two Guyanese vessels and their crews. It is regrettable, Madam Chair, that the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has chosen to resort to the unilateral use of military force to assert its territorial claims and maritime jurisdiction, which Guyana regards as entirely baseless and contrary to international law, rather than honor its commitment under the 1966 Geneva Agreement to have the controversy resolved in a peaceful, final, and binding manner by the International Court of Justice. Guyana reiterates its call to Venezuela to participate fully in the ICJ proceedings as international law requires, and to accept its final judgment, as it is obligated to do under the United Nations Charter. Guyana, Madam Chair, is a peace-loving country, respectful of the rule of international law. We highly appreciate the support we continue to receive from the international community, in particular from the CARICOM family and the OAS General Secretariat, as we endeavor to preserve our sovereignty and territorial integrity. Madam Chair, my delegation will continue to apprise this Permanent Council regarding developments on this matter. I thank you, Madam Chair, and our distinguished colleagues for your kind attention and understanding.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Insinali, for your presentation. For those delegations who wish to make comments, I would like to open the floor. Trinidad and Tobago has the floor first. Ambassador Philip Spencer has the floor.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues. Chair, I take the floor on this occasion in my capacity as the coordinator of the CARICOM member states to the OAS to read the statement issued by the chair of the Caribbean Community on the Guyana-Venezuela border controversy, issued on January 12, 2021. That statement reads as follows. The Caribbean Community, CARICOM, is deeply disappointed and concerned at the decree and subsequent statements by Venezuela with respect to that country's border controversy with Guyana, including intimations of the creation of a strategic area of national development called Territory for the Development of the Atlantic Facade. The Caribbean Community is in full support of the judicial process underway at the International Court of Justice, the ICJ, which is intended to bring a peaceful and definitive end to the long-standing controversy between the two countries. CARICOM reiterates in the strongest possible terms its firm and unswerving support for the maintenance and preservation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Guyana. CARICOM firmly repudiates any acts of aggression by Venezuela against Guyana. End of statement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Trinidad and Tobago. Antigua and Barbuda has the floor.
Am I being heard? Madam President, first of all, let me welcome you to the presidency of the Permanent Council and to assure you of my delegation's full cooperation during your term to ensure that it is a success not only for you, but for the body as a whole. I've asked for the floor on this matter, which is one of great concern to my delegation. We are particularly concerned about the heightening of tensions between Guyana and Venezuela, occasioned by recent events, especially the detention by a Venezuelan naval vessel of two civilian Guyanese fishing vessels operating in Guyana's exclusive economic zone. My delegation renews its support for the statement made by the heads of government of CARICOM countries on January 12th, in which they firmly repudiated any acts of aggression by Venezuela against Guyana. The full text of that statement was just read to this council by the distinguished Ambassador of Trinidad and Tobago in his capacity as chair of the CARICOM group, Ambassador Philip Spencer. Madam Chair, in that statement, CARICOM reiterated its unswerving support for the maintenance and preservation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Guyana. Against that background, the Antigua and Barbuda delegation joins other CARICOM governments and indeed the General Secretariat of the Organization of American States, which issued a statement this morning. We joined both the CARICOM governments and the General Secretariat of the OAS in calling for an end to any aggression against Guyana by Venezuela and for the immediate release by Venezuela of the civilian crew members and vessels they are now detaining. Further, we remind that the border of Guyana and Venezuela was settled 121 years ago by an 1899 arbitration of distinguished jurists and was accepted by all parties, including Venezuela, as a full and final settlement. And that continued until the very eve of Guyana's independence as a small nation, when the then Venezuelan government renewed a contention. Now, Venezuela's contention of that 1899 award is now properly before the International Court of Justice, with the imprimatur of the United Nations Secretary General. We urge the parties to pursue the resolution of the Venezuelan contention through peaceful means as set out in international law, particularly through the International Court of Justice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador Sanders. The U.S. delegate is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The United States condemns the January 23rd seizure and detention of two Guyanese fishing vessels by the Maduro regime's Navy. And we call for the immediate release of the Guyanese vessels and crew. The United States supports a peaceful resolution to the Guyana-Venezuela maritime boundary controversy. We welcome the December 18th judgment concerning jurisdiction by the International Court of Justice, and we will continue to follow this case closely. Thank you very much.
I thank the U.S. delegate. Brazil is recognized. Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, let me start by reiterating, because I also said as much in private, but publicly I would offer our congratulations for your assumption of the chair of the Permanent Council, and we wish for you the best of success and at the helm of this high-level body. Brazil takes note of the request made, or the statement made rather, by the representative of Guyana, also the one made last January regarding events occurring between Guyana and Venezuela. As said in prior occasions, the Brazilian government reasserts its commitment to favor a peaceful solution to the territorial dispute between Guyana and Venezuela, underscoring the importance of the respect for the principle of territorial integrity within the framework of international law, as well as the need for the parties to avoid any action that would jeopardize peace and security in the region. Now, and reiterating our concern regarding the deterioration of the rule of law in Venezuela and the fact that that represents a potential for destabilizing the region. Brazil reasserts its stance of defending, upholding international treaties, international law, and reiterates its expectation that the territorial dispute about which we're talking now can be resolved peacefully. Thank you very much. I thank the delegation of Brazil. The delegate from Belize is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And welcome, Chair, in your role, taking over as Chair of the Permanent Council. Please allow the delegation of Belize to join with the statement made on behalf of CARICOM. And in addition, please allow me to read a statement from the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Belize. It states, the government of Belize has registered its serious concern regarding official reports of 12 Guyanese nationals and their vessels, the Lady Nayera and the Seawolf, which were intercepted by the Venezuelan Navy, the Comandante Hugo Chavez GC-24 in Guyana's exclusive economic zone, and subsequently detained at Port Guaya, Venezuela, on Thursday, January 21st. Honorable Eman Courtney, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Immigration, met with the Venezuelan ambassador to Belize, His Excellency Gerardo Argote, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on January 24th for an explanation of his government's action. Minister Courtney took the opportunity to condemn this latest flagrant violation of Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity by Venezuela. Belize called for an immediate release of the illegally detained Guyanese nationals and their vessels and urged the government of Venezuela to respect international law and ensure a peaceful resolution of this incident. Minister Courtney has remained in close contact with his colleague, Honorable Hugh Todd, Foreign Minister of Guyana, on the matter. Belize reiterates its unequivocal support for Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity and the process underway before the International Court of Justice to finally and peacefully resolve the controversy between the two countries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank the delegation from Belize. Canada has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Canada calls for the peaceful management of the Guyana-Venezuela territorial dispute and for its resolution in accordance with international law. The judicial process must be respected. We look forward to the ruling of the International Court of Justice and to a peaceful resolution of this matter. Thank you.
I thank the delegate from Canada. Next, the delegation of Venezuela. Madam Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent representatives, I would like to start by reiterating our congratulations to the Ambassador Maria Ruedo for her chairmanship of the Permanent Council. Before addressing the topic at hand, the government and the people of Venezuela offer condolences to the people and government of Colombia for the passing of Carlos Gomez Trujillo. I would like to offer some history by way of context. At the end of the 19th century, the British Empire, in trying to annex the Orinoco territory in that region of the 1910 principle, that whereby that territory that belonged to the Spanish crown would then pass on to that of Trujillo after the War of Independence. Venezuela had no way of defending itself and had asked for the U.S. for assistance, and its destiny plight was in the hands of the support to be offered by Washington. And also there was an arbitration of 1899. I would just like to offer the anomalous nature of that arbitral award. There were no Venezuelan judges at that hearing whereby that ruling was issued. Historically, Venezuela has sought to establish and keep the best relations of respect and cooperation with Guyana without ceasing to seek fair resolution regarding the territory that had been taken from it. Now, the actions taken by the usurper Maduro, giving rise to this discussion, I don't think that anyone, despite that, would deny a country's legitimate exercise of its sovereignty. As long as it doesn't affect other states, we should recognize under international law Venezuela's right to protect its continental territory toward the maritime region. Now, on this occasion, it seems like Nicolás Maduro's intention, that is, this is historic conflict. The interpreter regrets that the sound coming from the ambassador of Venezuela is very bad. Now, Nicolás Maduro has been discredited, and the country is undergoing much social deterioration. We would remind that in keeping with the Geneva Agreement from '66 that sought to resolve the border dispute, a satisfactory resolution was sought by both parties that would meet with agreement of both parties. There was a mixed commission set up to that effect after the Port of Spain Protocol. There was no agreement regarding the best way to solve the conflict, calling upon the Secretary General of the UN to intercede. Now, I should remind you that it was the ministers of both countries that agreed to inform the Secretary General, calling upon him to take part from a stance of to bring his good offices to bear. Now, all of the different means for a conflict resolution would have to be exhausted according to international law. However, this means of a conflict resolution had to be compatible with the purpose of the Geneva Agreement, which is to seek out a satisfactory solution for there to be a practical solution to this controversy. Now, as said, the good offices are a means, although not expressly stated in Article 33 of the Charter, are an acknowledged conflict resolution means whereby a third party can intervene, albeit limited, because that person's role is to pave the way for a resolution, to facilitate a resolution. Concrete results, however, were not reached. And that is what led to the exhaustion of those remedies without a solution having been found. Article 33 of the UN Charter is what governs the agreement. Now, the Secretary General has to seek the consent by the parties before offering any solution. Now, the request was for the case to be brought before the ICJ. That's what the Secretary General of the UN thought was the best recourse, that without the agreement of Venezuela, without adhering to all of the other international remedies, there should first be mediation, after which an attempt to reconcile and then arbitration. Now, the ruling of ICJ was not acceptable by Venezuela, and it ran counter to the Geneva Agreement, which seeks a satisfactory solution for there to be a practical solution to the conflict, which excludes a unilateral solution. And on the other hand, it runs counter to Venezuela's historic stance regarding its border and territory, and that can be submitted without its prior consent, that all parties should offer their prior consent before such a case is taken up by the ICJ. Now, this has been reiterated a number of occasions. It cannot be acceptable that only one party bring a case such as this to a body That's why no government of Venezuela can recognize the ruling of the court or the jurisdiction of the court to solve this border or any border and territorial matters. So despite that, Venezuela has sound arguments for the merits stage for it to during the merits phase to make its case. And so the least Venezuela can expect is that in keeping with the letter and the spirit of the Geneva Agreement and following the precedent of the prior actions taken by its foreign minister, that all other means of a conflict resolution within international law should be resorted to by both parties. Venezuela asserts its sovereignty to seek the territorial integrity of its country. The interim government reasserts its commitment to seek out a peaceful solution and rejects and condemns any policy of coercion or action taken by either one of the two parties. We think that a judicial mechanism such as International Court of Justice was by its nature not the body for there to be a practical solution. The jurisdiction of the ICJ was not acknowledged insofar as an express acceptance clause was not signed onto by either one of the two parties. According to the terms of the OAS Charter, in seeking out practical and satisfactory solutions to conflicts such as is stated in the Geneva Agreement, and we prevail upon Guyana's desire for a good faith solution. And December 18, 2020 ruling says that the Geneva Agreement is still in effort and both parties still need to seek out a satisfactory solution and a practical solution to this controversy. The interpreter regrets that the sound was not very clear. I thank the Venezuelan delegation Uruguay has the floor. First, matters first, Madam Chair, welcome. And we are at your disposal for anything we can do to help you carry out your role. Having heard the ambassador, I was holding off. I wanted to get the lay of the land. Seems like it still is as it was before his remarks. Now, the first issue is the diagnosis, and in the diagnosis done, it's very clear that the current de facto autocratic dictatorial Venezuelan leader has in almost as stated by all of the speakers, and not all of the speakers, his actions has led to a complaint and has caused a disturbance and unease. What has just happened here is that all of us, all of those who have taken part, one way or the other, are being critical of the behavior of Venezuela vis-a-vis the citizens of Guyana and the shipping or the fishing ships that were seized, the fact that they were seized and detained. So that's the first thing that we have to do, is take stock of the situation, diagnose it. The next thing is to look at those possible paths toward a solution that there are different options, the court, jurisdiction, or others, but there has to be a peaceful path forward to solve this dispute regarding territorial integrity. And I would refer to the experience of other countries in our region of the Americas. Those who have signed on to the Bogota agreement, they have gone down this path before of accepting mediation of the court, of a third party, to seek a solution for the dispute. It seems that this is a very delicate issue, considerably delicate. And I say that from the standpoint of a country that has a very strong Republican vocation. Our country isn't very large, and the issue of our defense is international law. International law is our first defense. And so I put myself in the situation of Guyana. If Guyana makes a complaint to the international community seeking assistance to find solutions to this dispute, who would do it for it? Vis-a-vis an actor with this profile and his nature and frankly put, barbarism. And so it seems that this is a very special permanent council. We don't always have this high level of, well, a common denominator as is used in math. And so it seems like the diagnosis made by most is quite similar, with some variation among the speakers. There seems to be an agreement regarding what the path forward, that it ought to be one of a peaceful solution, and that's what I had to say. I thank Uruguay. Trinidad and Tobago is recognized.
Good morning, Chair. Chair, this delegation takes the floor on a second occasion on this occasion in its capacity as the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago to read into the record and by way of an update for member states a media release issued by the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on January 25th, 2021. The release reads as follows. Senator the Honorable Dr. A. Marie Brown, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, held frank discussions with His Excellency Carlos Perez Silva, Ambassador of Venezuela to Trinidad and Tobago this afternoon, on the detention by Venezuela of Guyanese fishing vessels and crew on 21st January 2021. The Minister invited Ambassador Perez Silva to meet, given Trinidad and Tobago's chairmanship of the Conference of Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community from January to June 2021. Foreign Minister Brown expressed deep concern on the matter and urged an immediate and peaceful resolution to this unfortunate development. End of release. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Muchas gracias.
I think the delegate from Trinidad and Tobago, Panama, is recognized. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The delegation of Panama would like first to reiterate its acknowledgement of international laws, jurisdiction of that of ICJ. Now, as a country that respects the due process of law and dialogue, we issue vows for this dispute to be solved through peaceful means for conflict resolution, just as stated by delegates who spoke before me. The very delicate situation that has arisen in which Guyanese ships have been seized, as well as citizens and crew members of the state, we call for their immediate release and that measures be taken to protect their health and well-being. I think the Panamanian delegation, Guatemala, is recognized. Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the permanent mission of Guatemala, we recognize you and wish for you the best of success in your chairmanship. And rest assured that Guatemala offers its full support to you whenever you need it. The Guatemalan delegation reasserts its commitment to the respect for international law, as well as for there to be a peaceful solution to this case. The ICJ currently is taking this case up. We await its ruling, and we would call upon the parties to not undertake any action that would jeopardize peace in the hemisphere. Thank you. Thank you, Guatemala. Guyana is recognized.
I thank you for giving me the floor again. It was not my intention to speak twice on this matter, but circumstances forced me to. Let me, however, begin by expressing my delegation's profound appreciation for the statements made in support of Guyana's position. Madam Chair, I'm, however, perplexed, nay, astonished by the intervention of Mr. Gustavo Tarre, the representative of Venezuela's National Assembly in opposition, whose recognition by a slim majority vote of the General Assembly had caused Guyana to enter a reservation. Mr. Tarre's intervention proves that our reservation and continuing reservations are entirely justified. Madam Chair, Mr. Tarre does not speak for a sovereign state. The entity he represents exercises no control over the state of Venezuela. Indeed, his delegation cannot even pay its quota obligation to the budget of our cash-strapped organization, even as long-serving and loyal employees are losing their jobs. I know not on what basis Mr. Tarre speaks, but he should have known better before speaking on a matter of such high importance to Guyana, a sovereign state and full member of this organization. His distortion of the historical facts behind the Guyana-Venezuela controversy and his rejection of the role of the International Court of Justice are most troublesome. What more peaceful and legally binding means of settlement can there be apart from recourse to the International Court of Justice, the highest and most respected global court that we have? Worse, Madam Chair, Mr. Tari seems to be taking the side of the bellicose Maduro regime, implying the same threats to our territory and maritime area to which we are being subjected by Caracas. This attitude is more than just ironic. It is absolutely misplaced and downright offensive. Permíteme reiterar, señora Presidenta, Guyana tiene todo respeto.
Allow me to reiterate that Guyana has full respect for international law. It's regrettable that the regime of Nicolás Maduro or the opposition of Representative Guaido are not respecting the
sympathy for the plight of the Venezuelan people, and we support a peaceful resolution to the political and economic crisis in Venezuela. We have given refuge and succor to tens of thousands of Venezuelans who have fled their country at great cost, but with no complaint, in the spirit of good neighborliness and as the decent and humanitarian thing to do. We will not, however, stand for any abuse of our friendship, least of all by those who desire our support. Mr. Tari's approach, quite simply, Madam Chair, is not the way to win friends and influence people. Madam Chair, once again, I sincerely thank those delegations who made statements in support of Guyana's position. We are pleased that the Council will take note of the recent disturbing developments related to our sovereignty and territorial integrity, and indeed to our very security as a small nation. As I committed earlier, we will continue to keep this Council apprised of developments, and we will provide any further elucidation of the facts, the historical facts, and the legal facts behind our position. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Guyana. Venezuela has the floor. Venezuela is muted. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you. Very briefly then, I'd like to say that I'm surprised at the comments made by Ambassador Insanali. I am aware of the comments. I know that there's a controversy that has to be resolved under the law, and it's neither my intention to verbally accost that's going to solve this. There is history of the Venezuelan people with regards to this matter. Nicolás Maduro has looked at this controversy and taken into account the first decision by the court. Unfortunately, in the court at The Hague, which is part of the United Nations systems, Nicolás Maduro is looked at, but we're also looking at the decision taken in December. Venezuelan people would like to go back to the rule of law in Venezuela and have a peaceful resolution of this controversy, which has bittered relationships between both countries, sister nations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Venezuela, I should like to give the floor to the Secretary General of the organization. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. the issue raised by the ambassador has been considered by the Court of Justice, and it's an international framework as well. We have looked at the background of this controversy, but we have to understand what are the main pillars of resolving issues peacefully. Our countries, once again, have gone through our long history and have the means to do so. This is a continent with a long history of working with the competency of the court, topics in the Pact of Bogota, and other organizations, or I should say other agreements, as well as the OAS being part of the UN family. The International Court of Justice has looked at this with regards to arbitration and then as well as questions its validity. In 66, the Geneva Agreement, there was a peaceful solution and there were various paths forward with a mixed commission. And Venezuela also proposed a peaceful settlement of this controversy. I should like to underscore that the Secretary General opened up a way for the International Court of Justice, which was reiterated in January, and this had to do with the case. The fact is that Venezuela didn't participate in the process. The court, in their decision of 2020, reaffirmed its competence to solve this. Now, let's get to the crux of this. Non-participation of one of the parties with regards to proper management of this has to be looked at. But we cannot overlook the rights. This is an issue that affects all of us as a region, looking at a peaceful solution within the framework of international law. And it's an issue that has been around for more than a century. We trust international justice that will oversee this, despite the fact that we are looking at certain powers in Venezuela, but it's silly to have a regime in Venezuela that looks at this as well, but any unilateral move without any moves when it comes to the EEZ is not the way to resolve this. And in the final analysis, respecting the territorial integrity goes through respecting international mechanisms to resolve controversy. So in this regard, our recognition to open up this way, to resolve things this way in the international arena. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much. We appreciate the comments made by all delegations. And as there are no further comments, the chair would like to suggest that we take due note of the presentation made by the permanent representative of Guyana, as well as the other comments put by other delegations. As there are no objections to that, it is so. Agreed. Agreed. Let's move on to our fourth item on the agenda, the current situation of the pandemic, COVID-19 in the region, and particularly as it regards access to vaccines. This item then, that refers to the pandemic in the region and access to vaccines, we're very happy to greet and warmly welcome to the Permanent Council the Deputy Director of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Carlos Barbosa. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Sir, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Ambassador, Permanent Council Secretary General of the OAS, ambassadors. On behalf of our director, I'm going to share with you a presentation, and I'm going to give you an overview of the current situation of COVID-19 in our region. I wonder if I can get something up on the screen.
Ahora sí.
Very well. This is the global overview that we have in the Americas. There are more than 42 million confirmed cases in the region. And then we have under that Europe. But this is the current situation on a weekly basis. And you can see that at the beginning of February, March, we had a first wave. And then we had a transition, but then we had a drop in transmission, but then a spike in the transmission, including in the last 2 weeks. There seems to be a trend on the downward move, but we still have to look closely at what's going to happen in the next few weeks. Here we have the distribution of COVID-19 deaths, and we can see the curve of the cases with growth at the beginning of the year, a spike at the beginning of the year, and then in the last week we had a reduction for cases that have been confirmed. But in the region, we have several situations. In South America, there is a marked increase in incidence in practically all of the countries in the Andean region in South America. We also have an increase in certain areas in the region, an increase in people who need hospitalization, who need hospital care in practically all of the countries in the region. The countries that we are monitoring in terms of ICU and the use of ventilators is looked at, because when we looked at transmission, we look at what health is going to be and the ability to take care of people who need the same. Now, in terms of the vaccines, we have various kinds of vaccines in the world. We have approved by the World Health Organization and some other authorities in the region 3 vaccines. Pfizer, which is approved by the WHO, Moderna also, it being looked at for evaluation, but there are other vaccines that have been looked at by the World Health Organization and the possibility of other statements, but the dossier is still pending in terms of evaluation. The World Health Organization, and through COVAX, through this mechanism, we can only buy the vaccine if they're pre-qualified or have the authorization of emergency use from the World Health Organization. Now, we've been at this for 51 days since the first dose was given in the world, 68.5 million doses that have been applied in 60 countries. So we have a better knowledge of using the vaccine. And right now, thus far, there are 7 different vaccines that are being used in the world: Pfizer, Moderna, Gamaleya, Sinovac, Sinopharma, Bharat Biotech, which is from India. We have 3 different platforms. Some of them have been widely used, and other vaccines have been used as well with non-replicable vectors, inactive virus, and other kinds of technologies that have been used. 80 countries in the entire world have bilateral agreements with different producers or different manufacturers. And here you can see the overview for vaccines authorized in different countries in our region. This is, of course, based on bilateral agreements. Here, you have a cumulative view of the vaccines as administered in the Americas. This is counted as a single dose and may not equal the total number of people vaccinated. It's more than 2%. Other countries in the region are under 1%. This has to do with access to the vaccines right now. It's very scant, with the exception of Israel and the UK and a very few other countries. We're looking at some countries in Europe and other parts of the world that have very limited access, and that's why it's very important to use the vaccines as a priority and to use them for the most vulnerable groups, those who have serious situations because of COVID-19, and those who are in the front lines, and others who are more vulnerable when it comes to getting the vaccine. Now, this picture in terms of limited access is not going to change very much in the next 2 months. Vaccines are going to be more available, but right now, in February, and as we run into March, things are going to be still very limited. Now, we are trying to prepare the countries in the region for introducing the vaccine, not just the vaccine that is necessary, but to have a plan, a national plan with or embodying all of the aspects, the regulatory aspect, training of personnel, priority groups that are well known, and everything that has to do with the logistics. Because oftentimes there are a lot of different considerations that have to be taken into account when it comes to the vaccine, but we have to do absolutely what is necessary by the WHO. So this plan would be put up on our page with all of the information on countries in the region and their progress that will cover all the different aspects of what is involved in the region. We've got some countries in the region that are participating in COVAX, and they're going to get some support from COVAX. In other words, they're going to receive the vaccine without having to pay. Dominica, El Salvador, Grenada, Dominica, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The World Bank is looking at this and keeping with countries, and then looking at countries that have small markets, countries that have a very small population and have very limited aspect because of those aforementioned reasons. And then we have another 27 countries that are highly financed for these vaccines. And they made requests for the quantity of vaccines that they would like to receive during the first phase under COVAX. Our expectation with COVAX is that we will provide all the guidelines and the support for countries to participate, because there is a lot of administrative procedures when it comes to countries, and particularly the highly financed countries. We are looking at support for countries that are eligible for the COVAX AMC with ongoing information from Gave, who is dealing with COVAX, and we continue to advocate on behalf of eligible countries to slash the financial burden. Our work with the vaccine is done in strict and close cooperation with the supply division of UNICEF when it comes to procurement and international bidding. But now we have agreements. And last week, for example, on Friday, the conclusion of an agreement with Pfizer was announced, which is going to offer $40 million for the COVAX mechanism over the course of the first quarter of this year. So that's where we are. And then also, as far as concerns monitoring and assistance to countries, we're participating in that. So on Monday and Tuesday, there are going to be 2 workshops for English-speaking countries and then for Spanish-speaking countries on topics that are very complex. And here we're talking about indemnization and compensation for countries. Some countries are going to call for changes in regulatory procedures. So we are looking at the Gavi and the WHO legal aspects and providing all of the information for countries in the region so that this is not a barrier that's going to affect vaccines for them. This is the PAHO support for the countries in the Americas. We have 117 technical guidelines and recommendations developed or adapted from the WHO. We are looking at clinical protocols. We're looking at the cleansing and cleaning of surfaces and different scenarios in terms of all the technical issues. We distributed more than 18.3 million PCR tests for COVID-19 and more than 4.3 million other AGRDT tests. These were sent to 36 countries and territories. More than 228 virtual and in-person regional and country trainings took place. Most of them were virtual throughout the region. And then for personal protection equipment, the PPEs, PAHO has sent more than 116 shipments to 34 countries, and this was possible thanks to very substantial support from a lot of different donors, including countries in our region and other regions that have offered support and have made it an easier path for PAHO to help, particularly those countries that have more problems to deal with. This is the overview then, and I'd be happy to answer any question that might crop up. Madam Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Barboza, because this topic is really a priority for the entire region. That said, I'd like to offer delegations the floor. And once again, let me kindly remind you that it would be helpful to be succinct in your comments. Delegation of Nicaragua has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me? We can't see you, but we can hear you. The delegation of Nicaragua would like to thank you for the work in the Permanent Council, and we wish you the best of success in your work. We are grateful for the presentation from Dr. Barboza, and we have taken due note of the overview. We would also like to thank the Pan American Health Organization for all of its help to our country. The government of reconciliation looks at health as a fundamental right, and with this in mind, it has promoted and put its entire energy in the family and community health schema, which makes prevention of disease and cure a priority, given the challenges that we have in health. We have new structures and modern equipment as well, and these health issues have health fairs in the communities. We have the support of communities and families in the community networks that are made up by volunteers, natural medicinal people, and other volunteers. We are working on the vaccine and evaluating the quality of health services in addition to other things. Now, within the framework of this family and community health model, we have fleshed out the different kind of alternatives to deal with COVID-19. Given Daniel Ortega, president of the country, and Madam Murillo, we have interinstitutional national means to strengthen the monitoring of health in the country. And at the same time that the WHO declared, we had a public alert when it came to COVID-19. We have preparatory protocols and response that we periodically go over according to what the WHO has said. We look at the situation given its gravity. We also have teams, we have ventilators, we've got monitors, we have other kinds of PPE for protecting people and for protecting everybody involved. Our center and our health posts are organized to have early detection for patients. We are in a position to diagnose COVID-19 through the PCR in real time in laboratories throughout the country that are recognized by the PAHO. No matter where people come in to the country, we have temperatures or points where we take the temperature and we ask that people quarantine for 14 to 21 days. At any rate, for all positive cases, we look to do contact tracing. And for those involved, we look at this on a case-by-case basis. We have protection ventilators and other kinds of equipment to protect people so that we can also provide the necessary attention to the people who are affected. Nationally, we're carrying out a very intensive campaign for early detection of COVID-19. We're doing this in nurseries, in schools, in religious establishments, and we also have house-to-house visits, giving us a community network. And this is facilitated work for all of the people on prevention measures and identifying cases so that we can protect our workers with medical attention and so that we can transfer those who have been affected. We have many members of the community networks, religious people. We have workers from local areas as well, where we can take people to the necessary centers for health. We have specialists from Thailand, Korea, India, and other countries, as well as other international experts from the WHO. And this is as regards prevention and taking care of COVID-19. We have cooperation from agencies internationally that are looking at what we've done with COVID-19. With a contingency plan for other countries in Central America, from the Dominican Republic, we have joint responses to COVID-19, and the behavior of the disease is spoken about so that everybody is aware. The government, in terms of public health and families and communities, is working everywhere in public transport and commerce and business so that we can move forward. Given the state that has spearheaded all of this and the mayorships, the families, and the communities, we're proud to say that we are trying to safeguard human life. We have all of these efforts made in all areas, in the universities. We have the model of life and all kinds of help. We continue to protect the right of health of all Nicaraguans and strengthen family health, as well as shoring up the community networks. We're looking at an increase in cooperation from countries with fewer resources, and also taking into account climate change so that we can together deal with this scourge called COVID-19. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much, Nicaragua. Uruguay has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I don't want to rob us of our time. I'd like to just zoom in on the issue at hand. With all of the information that we have, I'm one of those people who really feels ill at ease without it. So thank you very much. But in the graph that we saw by Dr. Jadabas, there are two graphs. Are we talking about graphs that are going to be a trend or what is happening right now? I'm talking about these trends. Is this going to be an overview or a snapshot of what is going on, or is this going to be something else that we have to bear in mind? And then secondly, given the curves, the disease and the lethal nature of it, and given the trends and the curve for producing manufacturing vaccines are different. With more manufacturing of vaccines, can things improve at some point? And is this the mentality for the PAHO? There's going to be greater manufacturing and production of the vaccines, because with the vaccines that we have today, we are not at all going at the speed that we had hoped we would. But reading some of the articles, I really don't want to get into the fake news that we have all the time, but looking at one of these articles on one of the strains, that's what I was looking at. I'm really very concerned. Dr. Fauci says that between 49 and 50% is much more transmissible than the other strains. So I'd like to ask you if you have any kind of codification or any kind of categorization of this strain. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
La delegación de Brasil tiene la palabra y me permito nada más.
I thank you for that question. Brazil also has a question. I will ask for Dr. Jarbas's presentation to be circulated. And we want to allow him enough time to answer the questions. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, I thank Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, the Assistant Director of PAHO, for the update and the ongoing efforts that it has undertaken together with all the member states. I should recognize the work done by PAHO in support of the response each country is putting forward to this pandemic. Ongoing monitoring of the situation, of the epidemiological situation of our countries, is of the utmost importance. Technical assistance as well, and advice given by health ministries, and also that there be personal protective equipment and diagnostics tests made available, among other things that you have raised. Now, PAHO has offered much support to countries of the region in the COVAX facility initiative, seeking to broaden access to vaccines against COVID-19. Madam Chairman, I'm going to briefly talk about Brazil's efforts. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the government of Brazil has ensured health to our populace by offering assistance to state and municipal governments, an array of support. We have a single healthcare system in Brazil, the purpose of which is to ensure all Brazilian citizens have access to health and to save lives and to ensure health surveillance, especially within the context of the pandemic. The single healthcare system network with money made available to it, so diagnostics tests, ventilators, and other equipment, such as individual protective equipment, as well as they're being made available beds for serious cases, all of which provided through the single healthcare system. Primary healthcare services continue to be carried out according to our comprehensive healthcare system for those with chronic diseases without overlooking or slacking at all on people's mental health. Now, notwithstanding the efforts we've made available special efforts to protect our indigenous communities through indigenous health programs. We have a national contingency program for infection by coronavirus in indigenous populations in the 34 different special indigenous health districts. This includes working and engaging with local indigenous leaders with whom we consult on a regular basis, and different material is made available in their languages. Now, as regards vaccines, in addition to undertaking a commitment with the COVAX facility mechanism, also international agreements have been struck, making it possible for us to produce nationally 200 million doses with technology transfer through the Fiocruz and the Butantan Institutes, such that we can make available through 2021 some 350 million doses, making it possible to vaccinate 177 million citizens. We are broadening the fronts of this battle against COVID-19 and all its epidemiological effects in the northern part of our country. This crisis has called upon all ministries and government bodies to take a part in addressing this crisis. And we are distributing inputs and equipment given a growing demand for oxygen. New oxygen cylinders or tanks are being made available to bolster the health centers in Manaus and other regions. And COVID-19 patients are being transferred from that hard-hit area in Manaus to other regions to alleviate the pressure, as well as a large number of doses of vaccines are being sent to Manaus. So we reassert our commitment, that of the Brazilian government, to solidarity and a fair access, equitable access to diagnostics tests and vaccines. Thank you very much, Ambassador. The Chilean delegation is recognized. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Given that this is the first time we've taken the floor, I would like to cordially congratulate you for chairing the Permanent Council. And just to reiterate that we are more than happy and available to help you in any way you need it. I would like to start by expressing thanks for the very thorough presentation given to us by the Assistant Director of the Pan American Health Organization. Just as all other countries in the world, access to the vaccine is key to Chile. If we don't want to fall behind in the fight against COVID, we are seeking to find the best option for Chileans. There's a national component to that effort, and another one which is international, tied to mostly to the multilateral approach. April of 2020, we announced initiative to accede to a global instrument for preparedness for the pandemic. The proposal consisted in, within the World Health Organization, for us to come up with a legally binding document that would be complementary to the international health regulation that would contribute to making it possible for us to address those aspects that are not included in the international health regulation, especially those areas that relate to COVID-19. Follow-up mechanisms being one of the items, strengthening, as international health regulation says, foreign nationals that are traveling at the time an international pandemic is announced, and also governing repatriation to those travelers' countries, also to address vulnerable populations, those who are poor, the elderly, to stand up an expert committee for follow-up. Within the World Health Organization, Chile played a very important role in the drafting of this document, in which efforts were made to strengthen capacities. This document offers a contribution to the work The interpreter regrets to inform the audience that the Chilean ambassador's sound is breaking up intermittently. The legal implications of the pandemic was another activity carried out by the Chilean delegation at the UN, working with Claudio Grossman, in which members of the international community addressed the issue that there are gaps in international and national legal frameworks that were laid bare by COVID-19, as well as there being a need to undertake a deep analysis from the standpoint of international law to ensure that the international community be prepared to face future pandemics. At the same time, our country is very much interested that as a new president, a new chair of the European Council, and that body's response to this pandemic that he announced December 3rd. Madam Chair, we fully agree with the idea that this is, or that a global challenge of this nature needs to be tackled from a multilateral approach, as well as the scientific world, civil society, academic sector, all stakeholders should take part. Chile is interested in continuing to looking into the binding commitments that should be adopted to ensure that greater preparedness in the event of a future pandemic, for which we will continue to take part in the development of these initiatives. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador Salinas. Paraguay is recognized. Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Dr. Jairus Barbosa from PAHO for his presentation, and I'll be brief. And I would just like to say that to make the best use of our time, I would just comment that the Public Ministry of Health and of Well-being in our country has already announced that 3 million doses of the vaccine against COVID-19 were agreed to directly, and more doses will be offered through the COVAX mechanism. The vaccination program will start in February, starting with healthcare workers first and the elderly as well. Now, we in Paraguay are, epidemiologically speaking, at the most critical point in time in this pandemic. Now, the first week of 2021, we saw a spike in the number of cases since the pandemic started. That's why the government is calling upon the citizens to take the necessary protective measures, namely wearing their masks, washing their hands, if they have symptoms, to not go to work, and to keep to a minimum contact with friends and family members, and so that we can protect all of us. We've strengthened our health infrastructure with provisions of inputs and medical equipment, acquiring pulmonary respirators for our emergency rooms or ICUs. We thank PAHO for its assistance, and we are eager to collaborate to ensure that there be effective and efficient distribution of vaccines in our region. Mexico is recognized. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would also thank Dr. Barbosa for all of the knowledge and information he provided us. February 28th will be a year since the first case of COVID-19 was detected in Mexico. The delegation of Mexico expresses its solidarity to all people who have been affected by the pandemic, and we recognize healthcare workers for their unwavering commitment during these very difficult months. And we recognize the essential nature of their work. Mexico has gone along with different processes of research and production of vaccines, operating under the premise that access to vaccines should be universal, fair, and free. These are principles enshrined in the resolution adopted at the UN in April of 2020 at the initiative of Mexico. The multilateral work has sought to seek out effective solutions to overcome the pandemic, and that with other initiatives will help us overcome this health crisis and to reduce the loss of life. Mexico and Argentina are cooperating closely, making it possible to distribute throughout Latin America 250 million doses of Oxford AstraZeneca's vaccine. Once again, our acknowledgement to the government of Argentina for its willingness and interest to collaborate with us to ensure that since January 20th, the active substance of that vaccine produced in Argentina is now in Mexico to be distributed. Mexico also, since May of 2020, takes part in the Conference of Global Response to the Coronavirus and also joined the Coalition for Innovation and Preparation of the Epidemic to undertake efforts to accelerate research and development of the COVID-19 vaccine. Currently, Mexico is the only country of Latin America that is a part of that coalition. Now, as a regional leader, through that participation, we are a member of the Agreement of Facilitation for Access to the Tools Against COVID-19, ASTA, as it's known, created by the World Health Organization. This council is a governing body to step up efforts in the fight against the pandemic. As a member, Mexico has strengthened the promotion of that initiative in our region And so in February 4th, there will be a session to talk about this was convened by Mexico for Caribbean and Latin American nations. Now, offer special recognition to PAHO and its country office in Mexico for its leadership and assistance in fighting this disease, as well as in addressing comorbidities that aggravates the effects of this disease and also the economic and social fallout caused by it that has hit us hard. Now, our vaccination plan in the short and midterm, according to data from the last census this week, we see more than 120 million people, over 200 million square kilometers, and so Mexico applied the first vaccine dose December 24th of last year, becoming the first country of Latin America in so doing. Yesterday, we have applied 632,000 doses, and we have products from different producers. It was the health ministry and that of the foreign ministry that were at the front of that effort. Now, the government that allows local governments and the private sector to acquire vaccines, avoiding duplication of efforts according to a national vaccine plan is very important. Now, regarding this strategy of diversifying the purchase or procurement of vaccines, 34.4 million vaccines will be bought from Pfizer-BioNTech, according to a recent agreement. A good part of that will arrive between now and February. There's a Canadian and Chinese effort for 35 million doses, and the agreement with AstraZeneca, I already mentioned, which is also the Mexican-Argentine consortium for joint production of that vaccine. Mexico is a part of the international COVAX mechanism, through which 51.6 million vaccines have been procured. Yesterday, the emergency use was approved of the Sputnik Russian vaccine for us to move forward in our national vaccination program. Mexico will ensure that vaccines against COVID-19 that are distributed will meet with all the necessary safety mechanisms to protect people's lives. Although being vaccinated is not obligatory, we are engaged in an awareness-raising campaign to convince people to get vaccinated to protect themselves and to protect others. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ambassador Baños. El Salvador is recognized. The interpreter regrets to inform that El Salvador sound is not intelligible. El Salvador sound is not intelligible. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you well. Can you hear me better now? Not really. No, it's the same problem. I'll have to ask my colleagues to lend me a hand. Do you have a headset? Take them out and see if that will help you get better sound. No, now I don't hear you at all. Giving the floor to Kennedy Reyes from El Salvador. Thank you, Madam Chair. Given Ambassador Acevedo's difficulties, I will be reading this intervention. As Ambassador Acevedo was saying, we congratulate you for your work, for presiding over this organ, and we offer our delegation's full support to you. We thank Dr. Yarbas Barbosa for his presentation. It's clear that the current emergency is one of the biggest challenges ever faced by the world, given its huge impact, which goes beyond the realm of health, spilling over into economic and social well-being of the region and that of the world. And the solution goes beyond an effective vaccine being developed. There has to be cooperation and solidarity at the international level, placing people's well-being above anything else, understanding that health is a right. Access to effective and quality health should be assured to everyone, that there be equal access, fair access to vaccines. That should be the overriding issue guiding the response. Now, the availability in our country of an effective and affordable vaccine against COVID-19 is what we are seeking. This should be viewed as a global public good. Efforts are being undertaken to this effect, building a hospital that would keep there from being, from other hospitals in our network from being overwhelmed by patients. So Salvador is also moving forward and preparing 132 points of vaccination for mass vaccination according to geographic access points, facilitating access to the population. In the first 6 months, this will be done with frontline workers and those who are especially vulnerable given their age or comorbidities. And then after that, we would vaccinate the rest of the population. Madam Chair, we would like to thank the Pan American Health Organization for the support that it offers El Salvador and the region, which is key for the efforts that we carry out during this health crisis, which unfortunately is far from being concluded, and its effects are still being felt. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank the delegation of El Salvador. The delegation of Ecuador is recognized. Ecuador, please. I thank Dr. Barbosa, the Assistant Director of Pan American Health Organization, for his presentation on the COVID-19 pandemic and efforts being made. And I also thank PAHO for the assistance that it offers countries of the region to protect everyone's health. Ecuador has a immunization strategy with public-private partnerships to that effect, working with civil society and members of the academic sector. This coordinates efforts to address aspects such as importing, distribution, storage of the vaccine doses, and the vaccination campaign itself. There are 3 phases. The pilot project started in January. Frontline healthcare workers received the first doses, the elderly next in phase 1, starting in March and April. All healthcare workers, law enforcement, firemen, and other vulnerable groups will receive vaccines. In the 3rd phase, the largest number of people 18 or older will be vaccinated. pregnant women, and other vulnerable groups, those who have diseases or allergies. Special care will be taken to protect them. Vaccination distribution sites have been set up. We're ensuring that sufficient infrastructure be in place. The first doses will be implemented, injected by healthcare workers. 20,000 healthcare workers will be trained for this. Critical management of patients will be provided. Observation rooms will be set up at the points of vaccination to ensure that nobody go untreated should they have an adverse reaction. We hope to reach 60% of our population to protect the health of everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Khativa. Canada has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. A couple of comments this morning on the presentation that we heard. Thanks to Dr. Arbas Barbosa for the information that was provided, and we'll look forward to receiving a copy of that presentation. We very much continue to support PAHO's vital role in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and vaccine rollout. It's clear that PAHO's critical leadership has never been so evident. PAHO, as we all know, has a long history and significant experience in providing procurement support to countries in the Americas for vaccines and for related supplies. It also has a robust foundation to support member states in COVID-19 vaccine efforts, including, as was mentioned, as the designated arm for the COVAX facility in the Americas. Canada is proud to be a strong supporter of the COVAX facility. We recognize, as has been said, that as long as one country is at risk, we are all at risk. Le Canada s'est engagé à promouvoir un accès.
We are committed to the world access for diagnosis, rollout, and the vaccine of COVID-19 in dealing with this pandemic. In this regard, we will be offering American support to deal with the doses of the vaccine for those low-income countries. We have other sums from our Ministry of International Development, $200 million as additional support and aid to speed up access in the fight against COVID-19 for other countries. This will be possible thanks to investments by the ministry and various partners. We would like to thank the Pan American Health Organization for its work and for zooming in on Latin America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador. The United States has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Upon taking office, President Biden took action to cease the previous administration's process of withholding from the World Health Organization, an entity that is critical to coordinating the international response to COVID-19, advancing preparedness for future epidemics and pandemics, and improving the health of all people. The Biden-Harris administration will work with the WHO and our partners to strengthen and reform the organization, support the COVID-19 health and humanitarian response, and advance global health and health security. In addition, Dr. Anthony Fauci in his statement as United States head of delegation to the WHO Executive Board meeting on January 21st, announced the United States plans to work multilaterally to respond to and recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. This work includes the intent of the United States to join COVAX to improve global equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines through the WHO's Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator. The United States welcomes the presentations by Dr. Etienne and Dr. Barbosa de Silva. We commend PAHO for its efforts to address the COVID-19 pandemic and facilitate greater access to vaccines. And we support PAHO's role as the leading organization in the regional COVID-19 response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, United States. In the order of our speakers, Guatemala has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. The delegation of Guatemala would like to thank you for putting this very important item on the agenda, and we would also like to thank Dr. Barbosa da Silva, the Deputy Director of the Pan American Health Organization, for his presentation on the current overview of COVID-19 in the region. We recognize the leadership of the organization in the region, and we would like to thank it for their technical assistance, the help with other countries to move ahead and provide for people's health. In dealing with this emergency because of COVID-19, we would like to thank them for monitoring and looking at COVAX, and similarly, we would like to underscore the important work that the WHO and its work, the publication of the guidelines and recommendations, as well as all of the information, the updated information for the region, and the very important set of tools. Madam Chairman, we are part of the group of countries that have signed a commitment with COVAX to have access to COVID-19 vaccines. My country trusts the PAHO offices, which provide the mechanism for technical cooperation so that we can have access to the vaccine, as well as will act or how it acts on our interests. Once again, we would like to underscore that the Pan American Health Organization has been a strategic pillar for public health in Guatemala and has boosted the capacities so that we can continue to offer help to the population. Here we have supplies that deal with COVID, training frontline people, as well as our relationships with other laboratories in the Americas and others. We would like to also thank the organization for giving us an opportunity to cooperate and to facilitating this cooperation to deal with this emergency provoked by this situation. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much, Guatemala. Let us move on and give the floor to Costa Rica. Costa Rica has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. We'd like to thank Dr. Barbosa for his all-encompassing presentation on the overview of this very difficult time. We are making concerted efforts in this area with one of the most robust plans in our history as it relates to the rest of the region. As of the 1st of January, we have Costa Rica Social Security services that have supported more than 48,000 people. We have 1,500 people that have been given doses. We structured this according to our guidelines. We are willing to share information with member states and to share our experience that we've had in Costa Rica. Costa Rica will not cease its efforts to protect its population against this disease. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Argentina is recognized. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. We'd like to thank the Deputy Director for the presentation. Argentina is actively working on various fronts to deal with COVID-19 and the pandemic. One of this has to do with cooperation with international organizations and the WHO, as well as other countries, as was mentioned by the delegation of Mexico. Argentina began great efforts in our vaccine campaign. We're doing it in stages according to the groups that have been established, and these will take place on an equitable basis, on a voluntary basis, and free of charge. I'm really sorry now that I have to refer to another issue, and that is that my delegation has observed that in the presentation and in the report that were heard by the Deputy Director of PAHO, the Malvinas or Falklands, I should say the Malvinas Islands have been mentioned, and there's an incorrect designation that we don't recognize. And as far as concerns this issue, we adopted provisions by the OAS, and that is why we would like to request that that error that we have observed be corrected in the document, particularly in as much as it's going to be circulated as an informative document full of information by the OAS. So we would appreciate this through the chair and that it go to the Deputy Director so that the correction can be made. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much. We take due note of your request, Ambassador. And Antigua and Barbuda is now recognized.
Madam Chair, my delegation thanks the persons who have presented a rather dire and worrisome picture to us all today. In fact, if there's one word in which we could summarize what they have said, that word would be chilling. Madam Chair, it's been widely acknowledged that our hemisphere is one of the worst affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, both in terms of loss of life and the loss of livelihoods. For many countries, our people are suffering not only because of infections and death, but because they have lost their jobs, their income, their businesses, their savings, and they are reaching the end of their tether. Poverty has increased, unemployment has increased. The situation is extremely troubling. In the tourism-dependent countries such as mine, the economic situation is particularly dire. We have gone from 8% unemployment in January last year to over 40% unemployment this year, and we are still counting the numbers. And that 40% which we estimate now is only because the government has maintained public service employment, although revenues have declined to only 20% of what they were in previous years. In 2020, our economy declined by 18% because of the global economic effects of COVID. We have spent a great deal of our very scarce remaining resources trying to manage COVID. We have been lucky. We have recorded only 6 deaths since March of last year, and we currently have less than 100 active cases. But we are perfectly aware, Madam Chair, that we have neither the financial resources nor the capacity to continue this desperate fight unless there is some relief. We are running out of resources. Unlike developed countries, our central banks cannot print money to provide relief and stimulus. We cannot give the unemployed a salary check for money we do not have. Therefore, Madam Chair, we need vaccines. Yet all that we have been able to secure is 20,000 vaccines under the WHO COVAX program. That will not inoculate even 10% of our population. Over 90% of our population will remain exposed. Even then, this promise of 20,000 vaccines is unlikely to happen until April if we are lucky. Much can happen in the next 4 months to worsen the situation. Madam President, the UN Secretary General summarized this situation 2 days ago in Davos when he said the following: "Our challenge now is to undertake the largest and most rapid deployment of vaccines the world has ever seen, reaching everybody everywhere. This," he said, "is in every country's self-interest. It is the fastest way to reopen the global economy. But supplies of the vaccines are still scarce and distribution is uneven." Now here's the point he made. Vaccines are quickly reaching high-income countries, while the world's poorest have none at all. He also said, if developed countries think they will be safe if they vaccinate their own people while neglecting the developing world, they are wrong. Madam President, this is particularly so in our hemisphere. COVID recognized no borders and did not discriminate on the basis of race, gender, or age. What happens next door will reach us all in our neighborhood. We each have to be our brother's keeper, our sister's protector, and our children's guardian. The OAS, therefore, should take a front and center position in encouraging rich countries not to hoard vaccines, but to help to contribute to a global effort to make vaccines available to all states, particularly small countries that have been devastated economically by COVID. I urge in this council today, Secretary General Almagro to assume that role, and I urge member states to support him by all means necessary. Many hundreds of thousands of lives depend on it, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sanders. Spain has the floor. Thank you very much. From the Permanent Observer Mission from Spain, I'd like to convey our recognition of all of the work that the PAHO has done. We'd like to work as closely as possible, and we hope to be able to flesh out a lot more important work in the next few months as we fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Spain would like to convey a message of international solidarity and support for multilateralism and its commitment with universal access to the vaccine. I would like to share with this Permanent Council the information that on the 19th of January, the government of Spain approved the plan for universal access to share vaccines against COVID-19 that it has. The main objective is to contribute to the vaccination of a substantial percentage of the world population by quick access to the vaccine in those countries and people that have more serious problems in doing so. And we would also like to use doses that come from vaccines that Spain has purchased. Spain is one of the co-leaders of the ACT and devoted to vaccines, and This is linked to COVAX facilities through an initiative through a coalition for the innovation of preparation against epidemics, or the main objective of which is to speed up the manufacture and development of the vaccine against COVID-19 and to ensure access for all countries for the vaccine in an equitable and fair way. Through our facility, we have approved 50 million euros to the MEC for the vaccine. And furthermore, as a member of the European Union in what is called Europe Team, Spain participates in making contributions to the European Union to the COVAX facility. The MSC mechanism through donations intends to cover 92 eligible countries that are low-income countries and medium-income countries. And let me just round off my comments by reiterating our commitment. Health should be a universal right, and it is imperative to share from the very beginning all of the vaccine and doses so that we can effectively vaccinate and fight against this global pandemic. But we're not just talking about efficacy. There's an ethic issue and one of solidarity. So please receive Spain's support and solidarity. Although, for us, the fight against this pandemic is not easy at all. But no matter, we're still going to walk hand in hand with our brothers in South America, in the Americas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Monton. Italy has the floor. Ambassador De Santi. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thanks to all colleagues.
This issue that since December, Italy has taken over the presidency of the G20. And not only we will hold this year the presidency of the G20, the summit, but also we will hold the Global Health Summit in close collaboration with the European community. And of course, the hope of everyone, the hope of us is that in 2021, we can finally leave this pandemic behind us, working with all of our partners in this context, which I mentioned. We understand this is a pivotal role, and we are aware of the responsibilities it entails, and our efforts are inspired by the very strong belief that the pandemic, which has so greatly affected all of our lives, can and must be turned into an opportunity to change for the better. With the slogan People, Planet and Prosperity of our G20, we are conveying a clear and strong message, because we want to take care of people and of planet in a holistic fashion, establishing a better balance between them. This means beginning with the most urgent issues, and in the short term, we have to keep working to ensure a very swift international response to the pandemic, providing equitable and universal access to diagnostics, therapeutics, and of course, vaccines. This is a major goal objective of our presidency. Finally, we are also, and have been in the past and today, supporting the great work of the World Health Organization, Gavi, the COVAX mechanism, the ACT accelerator since the very beginning, and is already mentioned by many other delegations, putting an emphasis, I would conclude, on achieving this challenge together and in using the instruments of multilateralism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador De Santi. Ambassador France has the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Very briefly, I would like to support what my colleague from the European Union have said and underscore the importance of the initiatives being taken. And we have to consider the vaccinations worldwide, but nobody should not be safe without everyone being safe. And we are wedded to the importance and for the vaccine to be equitably distributed to all countries, developing countries. We are very well aware of the fragility of certain countries in the region, particularly those who have been very hard hit in the Americas, particularly the Caribbean and the Central American countries, and we can like to ensure the PAHO that will be behind all of their efforts so that there will be protection. And we would like to make our contribution, particularly for those countries, and for them to have access to the markets and support the international arena. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much, Ambassador. I thank all delegations for your comments, and particularly we'd like to thank you for the efforts that everybody is making to be interconnected in these efforts. I once again like to give the floor to Dr. Barbosa for the replies that he might like to offer to the questions put. Once again, we're going to have other sessions to continue to hear ongoing information on this situation. Thank you very much. Dr. Barbosa, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Very quickly, first and foremost, I'd like to thank all of the ambassadors, men and women alike, who spoke and who shared the efforts that their countries are making in this very serious crisis, which is not just a health crisis, but also it's an economic and social crisis of unprecedented dimensions in the history of more than a century. So once again, thank you very much, ambassadors, to Nicaragua, Brazil, Mexico, El Salvador, Ecuador, Canada, the United States, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Argentina, Antigua and Barbuda, Spain, Italy, and France. As to the questions and the comments that I'd like to make, Ambassador Abdallah, well, first, we have to look more closely to say whether or not this is a trend. Unfortunately, the transmission is very strong. When measures that can be effective to reduce transmission came out, we observed an increase in the number of cases and also in the number of deaths, an increase in the number of deaths. So a short period of observation is what we've had to really confirm whether or not this is going to be a general trend. Now, as to the production of the vaccine, well, yes, the supply of vaccines is at this point very limited. Even the rich countries of the world are constrained. Production is going to grow, but studies are still underway. But I think that realistically, in the next 2 or 3 months, access is going to be very limited. And that's why it's really very important that at the same time, we seek mechanisms and make vaccines more available. We have to use all of the measures that are effective to curb transmission. We have to keep our hands clean, obey social distancing. These are effective so that we can be on the decline of these cases and we don't hurt others or make things or keep into account other conditions that have to do with ventilators. The Pan American Health Organization has a network of 21 laboratories for Latin America and the Caribbean, and they are monitoring things because the new strains that have been identified, the ones that was identified in South Africa, the one in Brazil and the United States, lead me to underscore that we're not sure that they began to be transmitted in these countries because countries that have better vigilance or oversight can verify where the new strains are circulating. The UK, for example, the UK has 25% of all the genetic material of the world until they have the ability to detect things. Now, for the other strains, the UK has evaluated them thus far, and there seems to be the ability to be more transmissible, and it also has the ability to cause more serious cases. So these new strains are of great concern. There are studies to verify whether or not these new variants will affect the efficacy of the vaccine. But for the moment, the new strains that have been identified in the UK, there is apparently no change in the vaccine, but this has to be monitored. The best way to prevent new strains is controlling transmission, because it's natural for viruses to mutate and to have small changes as time moves on, and that can give rise to the new strains. For the ambassador from Canada in English.
Appreciating to recognize all the support that Canada, Spain, and other countries have provided to the Pan American Health Organization. I think that this was fundamental to provide the protective personal equipment for the countries in the region, for instance. And also to recognize France, Italy, Spain, and Canada that are very important donors to COVAX facility. If we don't increase the donation to COVAX facility, and in this regard, it's very important news, the announcement from the US government this week that the US will also join COVAX, because for sure that this global effort to coordinate and to guarantee equitable access is very, very important. As the ambassador from Antigua and Barbuda has mentioned, and the Director General of WHO stated last week, this is not only a public health measure, but this is also a moral and ethical initiative that we need to do together. So thank you very much for that. Sobre la embajadora de Argentina, mil desculpas, pero nesse caso...
For the ambassador of Argentina, we follow the WHO's recommendations. There's always a note to clarify that there is a sovereignty issue. When that arises, the standard of WHO is that. Now, there were many names of countries. That disclaimer wasn't very visible, and that does not mean that we are issuing any type of opinion about a dispute that's not of our purview. Those are the comments I had to make, Madam Chair. PAHO works very closely with all of the countries. We are the WHO Regional Office for the Americas as well. This is a health care body, the OAS as well, and we're very proud of the work done also by the OAS, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, and everyone else. Thank you, Dr. Barbosa, once again for taking part in this session. I thank you for your observations and for standing by to answer the questions that were asked of you. And I suggest that we take note of your presentation as well as that of the comments, those of the comments made. There not being further observations or objection, rather, it's so agreed. Next item, number 5 on the agenda, which is the election of the Chair and the Vice Chair of the Committee on Juridical and Political Affairs. As the next item on today's order of business, this was a discussion that was left pending since last year, and I would just remind delegations that the permanent mission of Costa Rica in exercise of the pro tempore chairmanship of the Central American Integration System, SICA, in the name of the states that make it up, to wit, Belize, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Panama submitted the candidacy of Ambassador Josue Fiallo, permanent representative of the Dominican Republic, to hold the chair of the CAJP during the 2020-2021 period through note CP INF 8842/21. That said, I open the floor for delegations to remark. Costa Rica is recognized. On behalf of the countries that make up the Central American integration system, it's an honor for me, on behalf of the countries that make up that the Vice Chair El Salvador, the countries that make up SICA, we propose Ambassador Josue Fiallo to hold the chairmanship of CAGP for period 2020-2021. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Chile is recognized. Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the delegation of Chile, we offer our support to the candidacy of Ambassador Josue Fiallo, permanent representative of the DR. And we ask that this election be held by acclamation. By acclamation, Ambassador Fiallo, I congratulate you for your election to the CAJP chairmanship. With your experience and commitment, I'm certain that that will contribute to the success of the work done by this committee. Ambassador Fiallo is requesting the floor. I apologize. You have the floor, Ambassador Fiallo. Can you hear me? Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Secretary General, Honorable Assistant Secretary General, and esteemed colleagues, ambassadors, I would like to thank Ambassador Gonzalez for having proposed me on behalf of the other states that make up the Central American Integration System, SICA, to hold the chairmanship of the of the Committee on Juridical and Political Affairs for 2021 period. I would also like to express thanks to all of the member states for the support and the trust they deposited in me and requesting that I be elected by acclamation. Madam Chair, we take on this role with the commitment of work balance, seeking out a consensus on and to prioritize those topics on the hemispheric agenda that are addressed here. At the last General Assembly, our foreign ministers agreed to a number of resolutions which will guide us in the work as we move forward, strengthening democracy, promoting and protecting human rights, international law, and others, chief among them. On strengthening democracy, I should say that the work that we will be undertaking this period have to do with the following topics: innovation of public administration, strengthening of the America's response to catastrophes such as COVID, the meetings of ministers of justice and prosecutors general of the Americas, mindful of the fact that the last time it was held was 5 years ago. According to the Inter-American Democratic Charter, and mindful of the fact that in December of this year, its 20th year anniversary is being celebrated since its inception. And also the resolution or the Convention Against Corruption, among other topics regarding protecting and promoting human rights, foreign ministers have tasks to be carried out to the effect of strengthening human rights within the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, as far as gender parity within the inter-American human rights system and the court, namely the right to, that is, human rights of the elderly, strengthening the inter-American system commission of women, strengthening human rights of women, and striving toward gender equality, and the Inter-American Convention to prevent, sanction, and prevent or punish acts of violence against women, the Universal Civil Registry, the right to identity, following up on observations and recommendations issued in the annual reports of the IACHR and the court and others regarding international law. We underscore the work that has to do with the development of international law, the Inter-American Juridical Committee, and the promotion and respect of international humanitarian law. Dear colleagues, as you can see, we have a lot of work ahead of us, for which I'm certain we will enjoy the support and contributions of all of the member states of this organization, with the support of our Secretariat, to ensure that we can discharge our work to the benefit of the well-being of our citizens, strengthening democracy, protecting human rights, and applying international law in our hemisphere. Lastly, I thank and congratulate the permanent representative of Ecuador, president of the CAJP last year, and the permanent representative of Honduras for the very worthwhile work carried out at the helm of this body last year. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Fiallo. I congratulate you. Now we're going to move to the election of the vice chair of the CAJP. This according to note CP-INF 8842/21 sent by the Permanent Mission of Trinidad and Tobago as coordinator of CARICOM, with the support of the delegations of Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, Panama, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, San Vicente and the Grenadines, Suriname. The candidacy of Sidney Coley was submitted, a permanent representative of the Bahamas, to hold the vice chairmanship of CAJP during the 2020-2021 period. That said, I open the floor to the delegations, and I would just tell you we only have 1/2 hour of interpretation left. The Ambassador of Ecuador has the floor. On behalf of the Aladi Group, I would like to greet and congratulate the permanent representative of the Dominican Republic and his colleague and our colleague, Josue Fiallo, for his recent election, and the Aladi Group offers its support to the candidacy of Ambassador Sidney Coley, permanent representative of the Bahamas, under Article 18 of the Permanent Council. It's also a pleasure to me to announce the candidacy of the alternate representative of Peru, Jessica Fonseca, to hold one of the vice chairmanships of said committee, backed by the Aladi Group. If there are no objections, I would recommend that the two candidacies be approved by acclamation. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador of Mexico is recognized. Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of Mexico has the honor of supporting the nomination of the distinguished representative of the Bahamas, Ambassador Sidney Coley, as Vice Chair of the CAJP. His vast experience will enrich the work and the direction of this committee. It's necessary to strengthen the Caribbean leadership in the OAS, and that's why Mexico emphatically supports this nomination. That's why, Madam Chair, my delegation supports Ambassador Sidney Coley's being elected by acclamation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador Baños. The delegation of Belize has requested the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and please accept my apologies for my late entry into this conversation. I was actually taking care of something else, and it was my wish to officially nominate Ambassador Sidney Coley, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Bahamas, as Vice Chair to the CAJP. So if you will allow me, I will go ahead with what I had prepared, expounding upon why Ambassador Coley is a good choice for this position. Ambassador Coley began his career as an educator. After teaching in the public system for several years, Ambassador Coley continued to advance his own education, eventually gaining a master's degree in English from Nova University in Florida. Ambassador Coley would later become a head teacher in Andros, Bahamas, where he is still remembered by the families there as someone who took the time to mentor his teachers and nurture the students. Ambassador Coley continued to pursue higher education, eventually being called to the Bahamas bar and opening his own boutique law firm. He became active in politics after joining the Free National Movement, the official opposition at the time. He has served in several capacities, including branch chairman, national party chairman, and chairman of the party. He also led the election campaign, which led to the election of now Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis in 2017. Ambassador Coley was appointed to the Senate in 1992 and elected to Parliament to represent the Blue Hills constituency in 2007, and was appointed as a member of cabinet as the Minister of Lands and Local Government. Ambassador Coley was later appointed as High Commissioner to CARICOM and Latin America in 2010. In 2017, he was appointed Ambassador to the United States of America and Permanent Representative to the Organization of American States. He is also a non-resident ambassador to Mexico, Colombia, and Malaysia. In 2019, he earned a postgraduate diploma in international commercial arbitration from American University here in Washington, D.C. I am sure that all delegations can agree that Ambassador Coley is suitably qualified for the position of Vice President of the CAJP, and I ask that all delegations support his nomination by acclamation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Was there another request for the floor? Well, there not being any further requests for the floor, then by acclamation, Ambassador Sidney Coley is elected as a Vice Chair of CAJP. We're certain that his diplomatic experience and vast experience in other areas will contribute to the success of this committee. And Ambassador Fiallo, Ambassador Coley, I congratulate you. Now, moving on to the next item. Ambassador Coley is requesting the floor. I apologize. Ambassador Coley, I apologize. You have the floor. I don't see the button so well anymore, so you have the floor now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a problem. Firstly, my delegation extends its congratulations to you on your appointment as chair of this august body. The Bahamas looks forward to a continued collaboration with you as President. As always, we regard you, Madam Chair, as a friend. Secondly, I wish to express my deep gratitude to all 14 member states of the CARICOM caucus and to Ambassador Sir Ronald Sanders for putting my name from the Bahamas in nomination to serve as Vice Chair of the Committee on Juridical and Political Affairs for the 2020-2021 term. I previously served as Vice Chair of this committee during the 2018-2019 term and know firsthand of the significance of his work to this organization. I also want to congratulate the new chair of the CAJP from the DR, as he has laid out an ambitious program for this term. I want to assure him and the committee of the full and unabridged support of my delegation's work. I further thank all delegations for electing the Bahamas as Vice Chair by acclamation. I look forward to the work of working with the Chair and all delegations moving forward as a member of this important committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias, Embajador Coley.
Thank you, Ambassador Colley. I'm certain that you are going to offer an excellent contribution to the committee now. The next item, paying homage to the memory of His Excellency Carlos Holmes Trujillo. I give the floor to the Ambassador for Colombia, who asked for this item to be added. Tribute to the memory of His Excellency Carlos Holmes Trujillo. The Colombian delegation has the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned by those who spoke before me, I welcome the Ambassador of Panama, who will be the chair over the next few months. I wish for you the best of success in the office you've just taken on. Madam Chair, with profound pain and timeless thanks for his service to the country, the government of Colombia and the society at large bids farewell to Dr. Carlos Holmes Trujillo, who passed away in the early morning of this Tuesday as a result of COVID-19. We thank this Permanent Council for the opportunity to pay homage to an outstanding Colombian, a patriot, a servant to the American system who understood the importance of it, ambassador, mayor, member of the National Constituent Assembly, counselor, counselor of peace, foreign minister, minister of education and of the interior and of defense. Dr. Carlos Holmes Trujillo will always be remembered in his public service to diplomacy at the highest level, for his gentlemanly demeanor and his responsibility with 45 years of public service. He was one of my predecessors at the Permanent Council of the OAS, and that's why I'm moved to be the one to pay tribute to his memory at this Permanent Council that he was a part of so many times. As a foreign minister of the government or administration of Ivan Duque, Carlos Holmes Trujillo consolidated the regional leadership of Colombia in the fight against tyrannies and dictatorships. He led international efforts to put an end to the regime of Nicolas Maduro. And on his shoulders, that fight continues. Now, the 2019 December 19th visit still echoes in our halls, in which he talked about the Organization of American States and its importance of its collective mechanisms to defend democracy and continental solidarity. As a Minister of Defense, Carlos, when COVID-19 came, he led the armed forces in its fight against criminal organizations and drug trafficking to protect the honor, lives, and well-being of citizens. Society will always thank him for his management, and the soldiers and police officers of Colombia will have the honor of having served under him. Madam Chair, ambassadors, Dr. Carlos Holmes Trujillo, more than 52,000 Colombians, along with him, have lost their lives as a result of the tragedy that is this pandemic. Hundreds of thousands of victims in the Americas, millions in the world. Harm borne by families and society calls upon us to continue to persevere in any action that would enable us to mitigate the pain and improve the lives of our people. A statesman has left us. His example will continue to be an example to be followed by future generations. We pray that his soul can find eternal rest. We offer support and solidarity to his family. The government of Colombia thanks the heads of state, foreign ministries, the permanent ministries, and the Organization of American States for your expressions of condolence and solidarity. Up until his last day on earth, Carlos Holmes Trujillo fought. We honor his memory by standing firm and proud in this undertaking and this task as Colombian soldiers do on a daily basis. And if you would just allow me to conclude by a quote. As these soldiers who don't fight because they hate what's in front of them, but because they love what is behind them. In the tomb lies our minister and all the other victims of COVID-19. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank you for your words, Ambassador Ordóñez. We offer our condolences once again, and I offer the floor to any delegation who would like to speak. The delegation of Haiti.
Thank you very much.
D'abord, je dois vous présenter mes sincères félicitations pour avoir assumé
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate you for taking on the chairmanship of the Permanent Council and assure you that you will have the full-fledged cooperation from the delegation of Haiti. We will support you in all the work that you have to do as chairwoman of the Permanent Council. Madam Chairman. As coordinator of the CARICOM group, I am taking the floor to salute the memory of our colleague from Colombia who has succumbed to COVID-19, and to offer our condolences I met Minister Trujillo in Bogota, and he was truly a great statesman to represent Colombia, and that's why I would like to attest and offer my respect on behalf of all from Haiti as we remember Colombia and as we renew our historic relationship between Colombia and Haiti. With this in mind, we would like to offer our condolences from the Permanent Mission of Haiti to the Permanent Mission of Colombia and the people of Colombia as well as the government. Madam Chairman, I'd like to thank you, and I wish you the best success as chairman of this council. Thank you very much. Interpretation services says the interpreter will now end. Thank you.
Con el uso de la palabra Trinidad y Tobago.
Chair, the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago, on behalf of the 14 member states of the Caribbean community, extends deepest condolences to the people and government of the Republic of Colombia, and also to the permanent representative and delegation of Colombia on the passing of the Minister of Defense of Colombia, His Excellency Carlos Holmes Trujillo. His Excellency Carlos Holmes Trujillo was recognized across this hemisphere over several decades for his distinguished service, both as an accomplished politician and an astute diplomat, including during his tenure as the permanent representative of Colombia to the OAS during the period 1995 to 1997. However, Chair and Excellencies, His Excellency Carlos Holmes Trujillo is most recently best remembered by our region for his leadership as the Foreign Minister of Colombia in hosting the first meeting of the foreign ministers of CARICOM member states and the Republic of Colombia in Cartagena de Indias on June 29, 2019, immediately after the conclusion of the 49th regular session of the General Assembly of this organization. The delegations of CARICOM member states share the deep sense of sadness caused by the untimely and unexpected loss of this eminent Colombian statesman, whose legacy of commitment to the service of his country and its citizens we are confident will endure and yet enhance the lives of the people of Colombia. We offer our sympathy and solidarity to the family and fellow men of His Excellency Minister Trujillo, and reiterate our commitment to cooperate with all member states as we continue to pursue collective action that will mitigate the spread of dangerous infectious diseases and most immediately COVID-19 and its devastating impacts, including such loss of the lives of our loved ones. We pray that the soul of His Excellency Carlos Holmes Trujillo will rest in peace. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, embajador Phil Spencer, por sus palabras. Ahora ofrezco la palabra a la delegación de Ecuador y me permito comunicarles que a partir de este momento ya no estamos contando con la traducción simultánea.
A nombre de las delegaciones de los Estados miembros del Grupo LAVI, quiero expresar al pueblo y gobierno de Colombia el testimonio de nuestro más profundo pesar por el fallecimiento de su ilustre hijo, Carlos Holmes Trujillo. No es lo que uno posee lo que hace a la persona, sino lo que la persona hace por los demás. Y Carlos Holmes Trujillo hizo eso y más, pero todavía tenía mucho que ofrecer y mucho por compartir en enseñanzas y experiencias a sus conciudadanos como otros de nuestras naciones. Deja un enorme vacío en la vida política de su país, en el cual sirvió como dirigente gremial, alcalde, asambleísta constituyente, alto comisionado para la paz y 4 veces como ministro de Estado, cargos en los que imprimió una huella imborrable para bien de su amado país, que pierde no solo a un secretario de Estado, sino a uno de los líderes políticos más sólidos, preparados y combativos de las últimas décadas. A esta brillante trayectoria política dentro de su Colombia natal se sumó una prolífica carrera diplomática que le llevó al ejercicio de la jefatura de las misiones diplomáticas de su nación en Austria, Rusia, Suecia y los países escandinavos y bálticos, Bélgica, Unión Europea, aquí ante la Organización de los Estados Americanos, y en reconocimiento de su labor a la dirección de la política exterior de Colombia como canciller de la República desde agosto de 2018 hasta noviembre de 2019, en que pasó a la cartera de Defensa Nacional. En su calidad de jefe de la diplomacia colombiana, nos fue grato escuchar sus mensajes en este Consejo Permanente el 28 de noviembre de 2018, cuando me cupo el honor de presidir este órgano, y después en la sesión de 11 de septiembre del año siguiente. La comunidad hemisférica recordará siempre que bajo su liderazgo se realizó en Medellín la 49ª sesión de la Asamblea General en junio de 2019. En todas esas oportunidades siempre hizo relucir su profesión de fe en el sistema interamericano. Tan penosa e imprevista partida del ministro Holmes Trujillo conmueve a todos quienes tuvimos el privilegio de conocerlo, admirar sus dotes intelectuales y don de gentes y apreciar su vocación impertérrita de servicio público. Abrigamos la convicción de que el trascendente legado que deja en esfera política de la hermana nación constituirá un ejemplo a seguir para futuras generaciones que lo recordarán como un colombiano insigne que ofrendó su vida al servicio de su patria. Para su querida esposa, Alba Lucía, va nuestra solidaridad y oraciones, a la que, si se me permite, se añade la mía en este homenaje póstumo a nuestro querido amigo Carlos Holmes Trujillo, con quien tuvimos la dicha de disfrutar inolvidables momentos durante nuestra estancia en Suecia. Paz en su tumba, y como bien dijo el embajador Ordóñez, a todas, pero a todas las víctimas que han sucumbido a la pandemia, y para que su muerte no haya sido en vano. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, embajador Jatibá, por sus palabras. Ofrezco ahora la palabra a la delegación de Costa Rica.
Señora presidenta, tengo el honor de hablar en nombre de las delegaciones de Belice, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá, República Dominicana y Nicaragua, miembros del Sistema de Integración Centroamericana SICA. Expresamos gran pesar en este homenaje póstumo a Carlos Holmes Trujillo García, ministro de Defensa de Colombia, quien realizó grandes aportes no solo a su país, sino a todo el hemisferio. Expresamos su vida amplia, política y diplomática lo llevó a ocupar diversos cargos, como el de alcalde de Santiago de Cali, ministro de las carteras del Interior, Educación, Relaciones Exteriores y Defensa. Fue candidato a la presidencia y a la vicepresidencia de Colombia. Sus aportes en Colombia se extendieron a la academia también como profesor universitario. Su experiencia diplomática lo llevó a ser embajador en un gran número de países y representante permanente de Colombia ante las Naciones Unidas, ante la Unión Europea y ante esta Organización de los Estados Americanos. La partida del ministro Holmes Trujillo es una gran pérdida para Colombia y para el hemisferio. Expresamos las más sentidas condolencias a su familia, al pueblo y al gobierno de Colombia. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, embajador González. Ofrezco la palabra a la delegación de México.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Mi delegación se une a las expresiones de duelo por el sensible fallecimiento del ministro Carlos Holmes Trujillo, quien a lo largo de su vida profesional como representante diplomático y ministro de diversas carteras participó en importantes y relevantes esfuerzos de su gobierno. Lo recordamos muy especialmente en su visita a México en mayo de 2019 para participar en la 21ª reunión del Consejo de Ministros de la Alianza del Pacífico, mecanismo al que apoyó decididamente, fortaleciendo el crecimiento económico, los lazos de comercio e inversión y la innovación y sostenibilidad. Lo recordamos también en su dinámica actuación durante la 49ª Asamblea General de la OEA en Medellín y agradecemos su empeño para llevarla a cabo exitosamente. Se ha ido un destacado colombiano. Enviamos a su familia y a sus amigos nuestro respetuoso pésame por su sentida pérdida. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, embajadora Baños. Ofrecemos la palabra a la delegación de Estados Unidos.
And thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. With the passing of Carlos Holmes Trujillo, Colombia has lost a great patriot, leader, and statesman. With a partner like Minister Trujillo, Colombia and the United States were able to work together closely and make important advances, both diplomatically and in the area of military interoperability. The latter has paid great dividends for our citizens through disaster relief, medical care for vulnerable communities, and combating terrorism. Without a doubt, Minister Trujillo will leave a legacy of achievement and partnership. We mourn alongside all Colombians. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Gracias, embajador Frieden. Le ofrezco la palabra a la delegación de Venezuela.
Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta. A pesar de que nos sentimos muy bien interpretados por las expresiones del embajador Játiva, quien habló a nombre del Grupo ALADI, no quiero dejar pasar la ocasión de rendir un homenaje póstumo a un gran amigo de Venezuela, un hombre que dedicó un inmenso esfuerzo a todo lo que es la lucha para restablecer la democracia y recuperar la libertad en mi país, y con quien tenía una relación personal de amistad. Como ya se lo he dicho al embajador Ordóñez y como ya lo dije en este mismo Consejo Permanente, vaya al pueblo de Colombia, al gobierno de Colombia, nuestro más sentido pésame por la partida de Carlos Holmes, y el homenaje más grande que podemos hacer a su memoria es continuar en la lucha en la cual durante tanto tiempo nos acompañó. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Muchas gracias, la delegación de Venezuela, y ofrezco nuevamente la palabra a la delegación de Colombia.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Intervengo
simplemente para agradecer a todos, a todas las delegaciones por sus palabras y su solidaridad ante los dolorosos momentos acabados de evocar. Descanse en paz, querido canciller y ministro. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, embajador Ordóñez. Ofrezco la palabra ahora al secretario general.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Es un momento doloroso para nuestra América, para nuestra OEA y para mí en lo personal. Por supuesto, también son días de profunda tristeza para el pueblo y el gobierno de Colombia. Ha partido nuestro amigo Carlos Holmes Trujillo, ministro de Defensa y antes canciller. Pienso en su familia, en sus hijos, que lo acompañaban siempre. Se nos ha ido un hombre de trayectoria distinguida y ejemplar, profesor universitario, escritor, alcalde de Cali, ministro del Interior, de Educación, alto consejero de paz y constituyente. Embajador en misión especial ante la Asamblea General de la ONU y embajador representante permanente de Colombia ante los organismos de la ONU con sede en Viena. Embajador en Austria, en Rusia, embajador ante los gobiernos de Noruega, Dinamarca, Finlandia, Islandia, jefe de misión de Colombia ante la Unión Europea. Y entre 1995 y 97 también embajador representante de Colombia ante la OEA. Se nos fue uno de la casa y así lo sentía cada vez que le tocó venir, que fueron varias veces en estos últimos 2 años. Compartir trabajos e ideas con él ha sido un momento definitorio para mí. Carlos Holmes Trujillo, Holmes, lo llamaban los más cercanos, entendía perfectamente lo que estaba en juego, lo que se debía hacer, dónde estaban los riesgos en nuestro hemisferio. Sabía que estábamos en un momento crítico aún antes de la pandemia. Enfrentamos serios desafíos, estabilizar democracia, hacer respetar derechos humanos, trabajar en pos de mayor equidad para grupos desprotegidos, combatir el crimen transnacional y la corrupción. Y desde hace un tiempo más reciente, todo ello en el marco de la crisis migratoria más importante que jamás hayamos visto en nuestro continente. Por eso nuestro grupo de trabajo estuvo codo a codo con él y con la autoridad migratoria. Eso por su claridad intelectual. Saber que este éxodo no era un accidente, sino una política deliberada, política que continúa. Lo tenía claro. En ambos cargos, Relaciones Exteriores y Defensa, se puso esta crisis migratoria al hombro junto a su presidente Iván Duque, con generosidad, con una solidaridad incomparable. Lo sé, lo vi. Juntos estuvimos en el terreno, con él recorrí los refugios, los comedores y escuché la penuria de los desplazados contada por ellos mismos. Juntos caminamos por el puente Simón Bolívar. Holmes tenía una energía contagiosa, una retórica exquisita, una capacidad analítica pedagógica y una visión política siempre estratégica. Era un bolivariano en el sentido auténtico e incontaminado del término, un ciudadano de esas 2 naciones gemelas, Colombia y Venezuela. Pero también era un panamericanista, tenía claridad meridiana, lo que significaba la democracia para el continente, lo que significaba luchar contra las dictaduras. Cómo ellas amenazan la seguridad, desestabilizan, consumen recursos de todos los vecinos, de todos en el hemisferio. Recordemos cuando nos visitó como canciller, y casi diría que acuñó un término que hoy usamos, dictadura narcoterrorista. Una presentación elocuente y contundente. Carlos Holmes Trujillo parte y deja un vacío difícil de ocupar. Nuestro recuerdo será imborrable, nuestro agradecimiento eterno, nuestro compromiso con su visión de una América enteramente democrática sigue vigente. Quiero cerrar con sentidas condolencias a su familia y con un abrazo fraterno a mi amigo el presidente Duque. Hemos perdido un amigo de ley. Sigues con nosotros, querido Carlos Holmes Trujillo. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias por su palabra, secretario general. Yo quisiera, considerando el tiempo, proponer que dejemos la aprobación de las actas para una próxima sesión ordinaria del Consejo Permanente si no existe objeción. De no haber objeción, queda entonces aprobada que podamos pasar al punto de otros asuntos. Si ya concluida la agenda, alguna delegación desea proponer o... México tiene la palabra.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Muy brevemente, lamento informar el fallecimiento del distinguido jurista, abogado, académico y escritor mexicano Héctor Fixamudio, quien además de su prolífica carrera como investigador y director del Instituto de Investigaciones Jurídicas de la UNAM, institución que lo nombró investigador emérito, fue presidente de la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos entre 1994 y 1997, donde su doctrina constitucional contribuyó al desarrollo de los criterios interpretativos de esa tribuna interamericana. El doctor Fixamudio fue presidente honorario del Instituto Iberoamericano de Derecho Constitucional, miembro de la Subcomisión de Prevención de Discriminaciones y Protección de Minorías de las Naciones Unidas en Ginebra y recibió el doctorado honoris causa de universidades de España, Perú y México. Los aportes del doctor Fixamudio constituyeron doctrina en muchas áreas de la ciencia jurídica y enriquecieron el derecho interamericano. Su profundo compromiso en favor de los derechos humanos seguirá iluminando el nuestro. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Gracias, embajadora Baños. Recibo las condolencias de este Consejo Permanente por el fallecimiento del distinguido jurista mexicano. Ofrezco la palabra a Santa Lucía.
Santa Lucia, could you please activate your microphone and your camera?
Madam Chair, do forgive me. I was having a few technical difficulties. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm instructed to deliver a few words. Permit me on behalf of the delegation of St. Lucia to congratulate you on your assumption to the Chair of the Permanent Council and to offer our support and collaboration. Madam Chair, my delegation notes with concern, however, the mandate to continue work without interpretation should we surpass the allotted time, and would like to state for the record our discomfort with this mode of operation, in as much as it may have been one adopted by your predecessors. While we embrace the need for the work of the Council to be focused and for our interventions to be concise, we must place on record that our delegation will reserve the right to leave any meeting that does not provide equal access to information that an interpretation allows for, and or reject any decision or decisions made that we are not party to the dialogue. While we do not have a solution, and it could well be one that contemplates a shorter agenda, we cannot embrace the notion of being disenfranchised. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sí, tomamos nota de lo que ha planteado y haremos los esfuerzos para que no se repita. Ofrecemos la palabra a la delegación de Estados Unidos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to be respectful of your time and the time of the Secretary General and all of the member states. But I think it's important that I take this opportunity to address the U.S. position on climate change, a topic which was a subject of great debate at the last General Assembly in October. As we all know, on January 20th, 2021, the United States rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement, restoring America's credibility and commitment to addressing climate change. Today, President Biden took the first step toward implementing this commitment by signing an executive order to combat the climate crisis, both at home and throughout the world. In signing this executive order today, President Biden has directed his administration to establish climate considerations as an essential element of U.S. foreign policy and national security. The executive order affirms that in implementing and building upon the Paris Agreement's objectives, the United States will exercise its leadership to promote a significant increase in global ambition. The order makes clear that both significant short-term global emission reductions and net zero global emissions by mid-century or before are required to avoid setting the world on a dangerous, potentially catastrophic climate trajectory. The order also reaffirms that the President will host a Leaders' Climate Summit on Earth Day, April 22nd, 2021, that the United States will reconvene the Major Economies Forum, that to underscore the administration's commitment to elevating climate in U.S. foreign policy, the President has created a new position, the Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, which will be occupied by former Secretary of State John Kerry and will have a seat on the National Security Council. And that the U.S. will make it a priority to press for enhanced climate ambition and integration of climate considerations across a wide range of international fora. The order also kicks off the process of developing the United States' nationally determined contribution, our emission reduction target under the Paris Agreement, as well as a climate finance plan. Thank you very much. And again, I apologize for taking the additional time.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Estados Unidos por sus comentarios. No hay más solicitudes de palabra ahora mismo. Agradezco la participación de todos, la paciencia y levantamos la sesión. Muchas gracias.